playing cricket, and Rainbow Source playing Chew. They are currently in the great place of Greyhawk. They have a curiosity shop filled with various wondrous items that they are selling to, well, patrons that might be walking by in the Otterston districts here. There is a large gathering happening just outside of their curiosity shop as a fair for the Grow Fest has recently started this week, and various vegetation and vegetables and fruits are currently on display, as well as vintages from across the lands. Additionally, you hear a rooster cry and you are awoken in your bedrooms of your curiosity shop where you all live in some capacity above or below in the basement. Please, Chu, introduce your character, and then we'll go with Rye and Tim.
Sure. Chew Fizzenbolt is an auto gnome who is both or 3 levels in cleric and 6 levels in sorcerer. She is kind of focused on lightning. This is due to she was a sorcerer in training with her gnome kind of clan and was struck by lightning. And they, in order to save her, her master put her in a auto gnome body where she then became robotic and had just lightning going all through her. And so she decided to then become a cleric to learn more about Tempest and kind of the prey to the lightning. Yeah.
Excellent. That being said, Rye, please introduce Cricket.
Cricket was hatched 6 years ago. He is a fully grown for his species. His lifespan is 30 years. So he would be about 20 in human years. He's a thri-kreen, which is like a mantis, humanoid mantis. He's got a black carapace that gleams like obsidian in the moonlight, marked with swirling blue patterns that shift slightly with his mood. He can also change the color of his carapace to help him blend into his surroundings. His mantis eyes are always clicking and refocusing constantly, always watching, always calculating value, whether of coin, character, or opportunity. He's very much into selling shinies. He sometimes likes to embellish the quality of the things that he's selling, trying to get a higher price for them. So that's his whole shtick. He's also he's a soul knife rogue. So he has these blue, they look like glass when he throws them. You never see them unless he actually uses them, but they apparate in his hands. He's got 4 arms as a thri-kreen, but they're like blue glass when they operate, and they disappear, leaving no wounds. It's all psychic damage. So, yep, that's Cricket, and he speaks telepathically because otherwise you just hear his clicking of his mandibles because he doesn't have the vocal cords that we humans or humanoids would have. But he does speak telepathically to people within his range.
Excellent. Cricket sounds like quite the rogue. Tim, please introduce Tim.
He's a young wood elf, bro. He's always been like a doctor. He's a life cleric, and yeah, he's just earning a living. He's pretty young for an elf. He's only about like what 110, and yeah, pretty much just earning a living being a doctor, I guess.
Fantastic. Well, there in the curiosity shop, you all awaken. You find yourselves downstairs and turn the window from closed to open. A gentleman is standing outside, and I'm assuming Cricket must be the one opening the door, since he seems as though he would be the shopkeeper in total. Likes to make sure he's getting a good deal on things.
Yep, Cricket goes down, opens the doors, is fidgeting with things, with his many hands, is making sure everything looks in their proper places in the shop. And he looks out the doors.
You see a gentleman. He seems to be wearing some sort of breastplate and black cloak over his shoulders. He looks scraggly and forlorn. He looks like also he hasn't slept in weeks, as his eyes are quite pale. He has brown hair, and he stares at the window back at you. Are you open?
We are open. Welcome inside. Many shinies to sell.
He hears a strange voice from your telepathic natures. Oh, oh, excellent. How strange. He walks up, shaken, a little stirred, and opens the door. You hear the bell chime, greeting him to the wondrous objects inside of cases from left to right, as well as a table with different broomsticks and handles. There's also, it seems like, a vile collection of different potions and, well, trinkets. And on display in glass cases are various dolls, as well as some sort of precarious arcane object shaped like a cylinder with a gold temple top almost. Hmm. Uh, are you the proprietors of this curiosity shop?
Yes. Everything a good deal.
How are you doing that?
Oh, well, otherwise you wouldn't be able to understand me.
Oh, ingenious. He steps up to you.
He makes all sorts of clicking and popping with his mandibles, and you can't understand what he's saying, but he's trying to elucidate with his arms and his forearms and trying to show that his native language is indecipherable to most people.
Roll me performance.
Performance. Uh, 19.
Oh, he begins to chuckle and laugh and look in your direction. Rainbow Saurus, your character's name again is Chew, correct?
Correct.
As you wandered down for the morning, you found yourself back in your workshop. You have a collection of, well, disassembled relics that need assembling. It's a side business you've picked up, as well as assisting in refurbishing antiques. You hear the laughter from out front, and you heard the chiming of the doorbell. What is your current thing that you're working on or project?
It's something that someone brought in. It has kind of a ball about the size of an egg, and it has multiple wires coming out of it in different directions. And I'm trying to figure out what it came from because it's not the full piece, but then also how it could be repurposed into something new. Just looking at the different colored wires, wondering how they operate together.
Roll me Arcana or History.
Uh, natural 1 plus 6 is
Oh.
7.
Would you care to use a point of inspiration, as you all received one for coming to session?
Sure. Let's see. Natural 20 plus 6 is 26.
Nice.
That being said, is this high or low, my dear?
High, very high.
As you stare at this circular object with these wires sticking out to and fro, it dawns on you. It's a weather detector of some kind, The larger object is more of a basin cylinder, an oval-shaped plate almost. The Fae would use this specifically to find water or fires that might be nearby when they smelled smoke. That being said, is also this, high or low?
Low.
You know that this plate that you're looking for must be made of silver, as that's the only thing that Fae would dine upon, or even use in any sort of construction of magic, or constructin, if you speak Fae. That being said, is also this, high or low?
High.
And finally, you figured out the reason why it was, well, disassembled from its original craft of making, was that it found its purpose, only that it had been repurposed to find a lost lover. You'd have to crack open this egg-shaped ball in order to figure out what arcane ruins got scribbled on the inscriptions inside.
Oh. Where did I put that cracker opener thingamabobby?
And Tim, you awaken from your morning, well, evening nap, maybe, as you like to sometimes take the long calls and even the house calls in order to make some extra income. And last night specifically, roll history. Oh, thank you for subscribing. That being said, Tim got a 16 on their history check, I'm assuming. And
17, bro. That's my
even
fault.
better. That being said, is this. You remember you had read in the paper the morning before that there was a large festival starting, all within your artisan district. All the guilds were about to put out all of their displayed wares to help out the farmers who had the small fields nearby, especially in the east-south ends of Greyhawk. My bad. That being said is also this. There was a report about Greyhawk and some recent explosions and wars. Some goblins had apparently rummaged up through the sewers and caused some sort of civil unrest within the South End port. But last night, you wandered up to the editor-in-chief and tended to his mother. He handed you a fresh paper, the one not yet out. And you have learned that the festival is to have a secret lottery, or winning. And it's encouraging people to purchase items, as they're not sure what the item may be that will win this luxury weapon, crafted by the new guildsmith's artisan, Clarice. That being said, is also this. He paid you handsomely. Roll me 1d100.
Okay. Let's have a look-sees. D100. Straight 90.
You received 900 gold pieces for your late night discovery that his mother had received a poor cough from eating bad fish. Keep away from the fish, apparently, this Growfest. That being said, is also this. You usually take your breakfast in the back, near the Click, which is that old mystery shop that sometimes people come by for different trinkets and doodads. That being said, did you have your breakfast outside again, or did you wander out into the Growfest to find something to snack upon while Cricket opened up shop and Chu decided to work again on that mystery egg item?
I'll bring them breakfast, bro. Do we know each other or not?
Yes, you all have lived in the same curiosity shop for, oh, roll me 1d10.
D2. 4.
It's been at least 4 years since you moved in and had your little doctor shop set up in the back. It was because that summer was awfully hot and people were passing out from heat stroke. You made quite a bit of money, and the curiosity shop needed help that summer paying rent. The Grove Fest, unfortunately, was not as lively that summer as this one, as you hear the cheers and the screams from children. You also hear a harp player by the fountain. That being said, do you want to roll investigation or just ponder the shops instead?
I'll have a look at the harp player, bro. See what's going on.
As you begin to
Investigation.
ponder around, you hear laughter coming from the curiosity shop behind you. Cricket, you're currently in a conversation with one of your new patrons. I've come to ask for your assistance. I have a grandmother whose father has recently passed. They're elven, well, half elven on my mother's side, and her dad's, and then her brother's. It gets confusing after that. Anyway, I have an estate that my grandfather has that my mother's mother, if you're following, is looking for someone to investigate. He has old trinkets from the Beast Grove spore.
Trinkets, you said?
Yes, and we believe that some of them to be of high value. One of them spins on their own occasionally at the stroke of midnight.
Ooh. I like the sound of trinkets. Well, we are also very good adventurers, good at investigations too. We could probably help you. I'll have to ask the rest of my party.
Of course, I'm going to go out and investigate this festival of grow. I hear there's some good vegetations and vegetables to be had.
What is your name? My name is Cricket. Cricket? And he'll say that in his native tongue as well, so it sounds like cricket, cricket, when he's clicking his mandibles.
He nods and then says, well, my name is Don. KZ Don, to be exact.
Nice to meet you.
Well, how long do you think before we get an answer, and then I can come back in the afternoon?
Yes, I will consult with my party. Or I could bring them out right now. I just give me a moment. And they can meet you.
Yeah, that would be great. I'll be right here. He begins to wander over to the potions and vials. They have purple and crystals in one of them. Right. Does Cricket go over to Chew?
Yeah, I'm trying to see whether or not he can telepathically call them, or if they need to be within sight.
Ooh, good point.
His features.
Tim, roll perception. You see a large vegetable stand as well as some herbs to your left to your right. And to your left you see what looks to be a pop-up tent of some brewery and fine wines. They're boasting honey brewed wine with raspberries and thyme. How strange and peculiar. However, you don't see any breakfast items, though once you wander over to the middle, you do see a collection of pastries and breads. Ooh, and it looks like they might even have some, well, jerky if you're interested.
Say the vendor, good morning, bro. How are you?
Hello, hi. Welcome to Growfest. My name's Patrick. May I please know a little bit about you and your needs today? We've got some fine lamb. I've also got some deer on the way.
Sounds perfect. I've noticed you also got some of that honey wine.
Oh, yes, the honey wine is the best. You can find that right over there. He directs you over to the tavern where you find your footing and speak to the brewmaster. Oh, you've come for one of me honey wines with raspberries, have you?
Oh, yes, please.
It's not even noon. I think the rooster just clocked 2. My goodness, it's been a busy Grove Fest. What are you up to today?
No, bro, I just got back from a late night, you know what I mean? And, you know, looking after sick people and all the rest of it. So I thought it'd be really, really nice if I got some food and some wine so I can give to my mates, you know? Kind of a celebration.
The brewmaster takes a small chalice and he begins to pour the wine. And as he hears you talk about your, well, doctorage, he drops it on the ground. The doctor next door.
Yeah.
Oh, you see him pale white and pick up the chalice and begin to fill it again with wine. That's very fine. Just one cup then, sir.
Oh yes, please. I was thinking actually like a bottle, you know what I mean?
Well, you definitely can get one of our kegs if you're interested. It's only 50 gold pieces. We're running a special. You see his wife, who's also tending to other patrons, running up and asking for their wine, bump him on the shoulder. 25 gold pieces, that is.
Is everything all right?
Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is.
Oh, fair enough. I tell you what. How about if you make some breakfast up? I'll give him an order of my friend's favorite foods. I figure I would know after 4 years. And a cask of wine. How much is that?
60 gold, you hear the voice from the back.
Fair enough, right?
I'll
Yeah.
have it brought over to your little shop in a few.
All right. I'll give him 70, bro.
Lord and master, thank you. You see the wife take the gold from your hand and place it into her bosom. She then hurries along to the square and begins collecting various breads and, well, looks like she found a fruit or two and an orange.
Oh,
Cricket and Chew, you find yourselves both back in front of the shop, and, well, your doodad with the wires is there on your table when you get back, Chew. The gentleman stares at both of you. Oh my gods, I've never seen something like this before. Is it yours? He talks to you, Cricket, and begins to tap the side of Chew's face. You hear small tin sounds of echoing going through him.
No, no. Chew is their own.
Oh,
Damn,
They,
Chew.
okay, so borderline Chew, I'm picturing that, I don't know if you've seen Return to Oz, but the little tin guy that's like her friend. So cute. Anyways, oh, God bless you, he says.
No. My name is Chew, not a Chew.
Oh, he says. But I apologize sincerely, masters. I had no idea that you were your own, as Cricket says. He seems nervous. You may roll insight or continue the conversation.
insight. 21.
19.
You both can tell that his nervousness is not necessarily anything to do specifically with you, Chu, as much as it has to do with the shop and your general reputation at the Curiosity Shop is generally that of explorers, adventurers, spelunkers, and the occasional explosion, especially when you're sent on task.
Oh, I also looked it up. I don't have to have line of sight. I mean, yeah, line of sight. They just have to be within 120 feet of me, and I can communicate telepathically.
Fantastic.
So I'll call out to, or Cricket will call out to Tim. Tim, Tim, we have a potential client in the shop.
Oh, that's cool, bro. I'm just picking up some breakfast up.
Okay,
I'll be there. I'll be there in a couple, bro. I'm just waiting on the food to be cooked.
I'm here with Choo Choo.
Oh, that's
So
awesome.
when Tim and Choo Choo get together, click, we can all deal with the new client.
You make me sound like a train.
Well, I guess there's that too. Choo Choo, you remind me of a train.
I do steam up sometimes.
Chew, Tim, and Cricket. Please roll me history.
$16.
Only a 10.
Chew, you are aware that there is an actual train station that is currently being commissioned by the great capital of Greyhawk. It is to connect the outlanding states as well as provinces together. However, it is not currently a go or chew, but it is on its way. That being said, dearest Cricket, you spend so much time at the shop, the best you know is that the Grow Fest is definitely today, as you looked out the window earlier. And Tim, what did you roll for your history?
My history, bro. Look-sees. I've got a 17, bro.
You're aware of the train station, as well as on that paper you received that has not yet been published except for this morning. My bad. That being said, you also know that there is a great gala at the capital city, especially right there in the city hall. It's not normally done that way, but great officials from different provinces, including the king of Greyhawk, is to be at this celebration.
Oh, very fancy.
Eventually, the brewmaster's wife comes back with a very large plate of oranges, toasted bread by her own magical means, and 3 chalices full of red raspberried honey wine.
Oh. Oh, very nice. Thank you.
Of course, anything for you, my lord. And she places the keg under your shoulder, or arm.
Awesome. Anyway, thank you again. And I'll carry this stuff over to the shelf, bro.
You return back to the shop and you see Chew and your dear friend Cricket both entertaining your new client, Dawn.
I'll walk inside and go, good morning, everybody. How are you?
Oh, did you bring treats for us?
Yes, I did. I bought us.
Yay, yay, yay.
I'll give him the wine and put the food out on the table. There you go. Breakfast.
Does it seem like this Dawn has eaten? You mentioned he seemed a little raggedy, like he hasn't rested in a while. So,
You may roll medicine or nature.
medicine, nature, they're about the same. So,
I will also allow survival.
yeah, that's the same too. But I do have psionic next, so I could add another D6 or is it D8? Let me check. Features and traits. Psionic. Where's my sonic neck? Sonic blades. Neck. Add a D8. Okay. And if it passes, I spend the die. If it doesn't pass, oh, it's only a 1. So it's an additional 1 on top of that. What I
A
rolled.
14 in total.
14.
Excellent. That being said is this. You do look at him. He does look ragged and as well malnourished. He seems as though he hasn't eaten in at least 24 hours, though he doesn't look terribly dehydrated.
Don, please sit. Enjoy some meal, some food. And explain to my friends here all that you ask of us.
You sit him down into a chair behind the cashier's register, and he begins to explain. Well, you see, my mother's father has recently passed, and he's, well, in all honesty, we believe he's still haunting the premises. He has this device that goes off about the stroke of midnight every night, and my mother believes that it's him setting it off as it hasn't done it before. And just the other day, there was a knife that flew across in the kitchen and almost hit my mother and the maid. So I'm looking for adventurers such as yourselves, somebody who might be able to figure out what might be happening, or even take that trinket out of there. Maybe that could be the cause of it.
Or maybe a poltergeist? Maybe he's become a poltergeist?
That's what my mother had thought too.
Tintin, Choo-Choo, what do you think?
Maybe there's some
Well-
electrical interference.
Well, if it's gonna be magical doohickeys, bro, then we're gonna need to hire some sort of wizard to like, do arcane stuff and stuff like that. Yeah. So that could be expensive.
Chew, high or low?
Low.
He looks at you for a moment. His eyes are blue and sunken in. Yes, but actually, we did have the electrical just added. We have a telephone now. We can call the king if we need to.
Have you?
No, of course not. He wouldn't take one from me.
Oh,
But might? I don't know. I'll try it.
you should. But I would like to see.
Of course. And if you get the trinket out of the house, you can keep it. It's all yours. I tried doing it last week, and then all of a sudden it dragged me right back upstairs again.
Yeah, bro, that sounds definitely like a cursed object, eh?
But there's bandits on the Rivers Road, heading to the ford. That's where you have to go, is south from here. If you want, I can take you.
And well, how much are you willing to pay plus expenses, bro?
I'm willing to post for travel, and my mother said that she'll feast you once you're there and pack you off neatly when you go. So you can keep the trinket as well as anything else that you find of value. My mother said you'd have to discuss that with her in more detail, but she would keep travel. He pulls out a large bag of gold and sets it down in front of you, and he takes off his ring with an insignia on it and places it on top. Just in case you think I'm not being square with you and my mother.
Cricket snatches
What?
up the ring and with all four arms just like turns it around and looks at it, his eyes refocusing and clicking and looking directly at the ring.
Roll history or religion. Tim, what were you saying?
Well, I was going to ask him, bro. That's all right. But what about extra expenses? Because like we're going to need to hire a wizard for this, for obvious reasons. Because like if it's cursed or anything like that, we're going to need to hire a specialist. So what about those expenses?
Well, we didn't entertain that, but I'm sure my mother could figure that out. We could send for one. I might be able to talk to one of the mages, and they might be able to figure out a message to be sent to her.
That's all right then. As long as you're paying those expenses plus travel.
I was only four, actually, I think.
You can tell it's an insignia ring, and it's used to press onto wax when you're sending messages, as well as revealing one's authority in a position. However, as far as the reason for him to lay it down, you're entirely not sure.
Hmm. I say we should take the case. What
Fair
say
enough.
you?
Just then the door chimes and you see an older woman come in. She's frail and, well, better off than your current client. She seems as though she is hunched over past age and a human, long in the tooth. She smiles at you and begins viewing the glass cases near the windows. Delightful.
Good morning, Nana. How are you?
Oh, hello. I was just perusing your wares. Oh, what's this? It's a dagger. Hmm.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
I'll take it. How much?
Let me see these here. What's on the price tag, bro?
Oh, I'll get it. She lifts the case and pulls out the dagger. The small tab on it says 150 gold. Yeah, I'll do 100.
Fair enough, Nan.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's a very special dagger.
Roll history.
Oh. That one.
High or low?
Low.
You remember that there's about 3 different daggers in the shop. One has rubies, one has emeralds, and one is just silver, which is the one she's holding. 2 of them used to be cursed. One of them currently might still be, but you're not sure which of the 3 actually are until they start levitating.
Hmm.
Roll me 1d6.
Okay. D6. At 2.
So, going forward with that information, you may proceed.
I don't know. 150 seems like a very, very uh, reasonable price.
True, but still, one must respect your elders, bro. You know, one day you'll be her age.
I won't. I died
I'll
at
talk about
30
in the.
years.
I'll talk about in the relative term.
I,
So there you go, Nan. It'll be 100 for you. Consider it Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Quite remarkable. She grabs the side of her forehead. Oh, that was different. I see why people come here. She hands over the gold and then takes the dagger. This'll work perfectly. She shuts the door.
Okay. I'll put the 100 in the till, bro.
I forgot to mention my robe that I'm wearing, like a sash around me. It's got like bug eyes on it. Little compound eyes that are constantly, it looks like they're looking around, but it gives me true sight for 120 feet. So if anybody's disguised, I should be able to see their true form.
Good to know. And noted. That'll be important.
Robe of eyes,
Yeah, robe of eyes. It's
sash of eyes.
yeah, it's like a sash of eyes.
Now, are they your species of eyes? Like, are they round and cylinder with little dots, or are they like?
Yeah, they're also different bugs as well, like black eyes, bulbous eyes, but they're almost like a topography map. Like you could actually feel the bumps of each eye and everything when if you were run your hands over it.
That's pretty cool. That being said, is this when you run your hands over it, you can also sometimes hear the sound of chimes in the background playing. Well, the figure behind the cashier's register stares up at you. So you take the case? Do you need me to message my mother? If so, I'd have to start now. I have to get to the High Quarter.
So long as you can talk a wizard into it, bro, because health and safety, we can't muck around with cursed objects without a special one. You understand that, right?
Of course. I'll roll persuasion.
I'm not very good at persuasion. Here we go. Guidance, bro. Persuasion. Come on. 8.
There is the fort. It's an old fort there. It's also kept up quite well, and there's a training for various positions. I think one of them is a mage's academy. If you want, we could stop there on the way to my mother's house, and we could pick up a mage on. I'm sure of it.
Fair enough, bro.
Sounds good to me.
But we'll have to leave in tomorrow because like there's a festival going on and there's the king coming to the gala, which I really want to go to, and there's like a lottery going on today, which will be super cool. So, and you need some sleep. So how about we leave first thing tomorrow?
He studies the three of you for a moment. Very well. I'll inform my mother. I'll leave now and see if I can get a message sent to her. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. He
You got a place to
stands.
stay, bro?
What's that?
You got a place to stay? I'm asking, does he have a place to stay?
I was suspecting to find something in the High Quarter or around here in the Artisan District.
Tell you what, bro. After you do that, there we've got a spare room that you can have for the night. How's that?
My God, thank you. Thank you. I'll inform my mother of your generosity. It will not go unnoticed by her. He quickly dashes out, and you hear the chiming bell close. No one else is in the shop except the three of you.
Guess what, people? I show them the new paper, right? It says to them, look, bro, I was, last night I was looking after this guy's mother, who happened to be the editor of the paper, and he gave me this paper, and he told me that there is a lottery going for a super special item. I was wondering if you guys want to chip in the auctioning price with me. Split it.
What kind of item?
It's a mystery.
I love mysteries. I'm in.
How about you, Cricket?
Mm, as I I'd like to know the quality of the thing that I'm trying to buy first. Like,
It's
is
a
it
mystery,
really
bro.
good or?
It's for charity, bro. Come on.
Oh, for
Come on, live
charity.
a little.
Yeah, I can do it for charity.
Tim
I
rolled
don't.
deceit.
I thought it was for charity, bro. Honestly, I think I'm telling the truth.
Oh, well then keep it going. Don't roll anything.
Yeah. Like, who else would this be going to? Like what raffles do, isn't it? also, there is going to be a party tonight at the town hall with the king visiting as a surprise guest.
The
Who
king will
wants
be
in?
there.
Yes, as a surprise guest, bro.
We wouldn't need to call him on the phone.
Cricket
That's
is
why I asked.
very interested in meeting the king and maybe pickpocketing a few things in the back and just in his own mind. He's thinking this.
So yeah, that'll be at the town hall. So if we leave now, we can go get tickets because nobody else knows about this yet.
And with that, we take our first 10-minute break as you all venture off and close up shop for the day to try and win this mystery lottery.
Dun, 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 dun. Ooh.
Once we return, we'll be doing flashbacks of your character and learn a little bit more about their background. Tim, do you have a notebook yet in the Dreamwalkers campaign?
Yeah, I just haven't filled it in yet.
Oh, no problem. Is it under a different name other than Tim?
Yeah, it's under lever.
Oh, thank you, Bay. I would have been here for days. You all receive 1 point of inspiration for feeding your new patron or client.
Yay.
And your quests have been updated in your notebooks. And the organ plays. Dun dun dun. We start again in 2 minutes. Everyone, roll Gambit. So you're
Okay.
gonna take whatever you want to on your character sheet and just roll your dice. And then whoever gets high, we start there. You get high first. You go first.
$13 for me.
13 on survival for Tim. True, you received 18 for performance, and sleight of hand goes to Cricket at 22. Cricket, tell me something about your past.
Hatched 6 years ago. Cricket was very much not quite with the well, he was definitely not one for the the ways of his clan, which is more devour and hunting and killing, and he was more wheeling and dealing. So uh, he liked to collect a lot of shinies and stuff. So he found a spoon, and he tried to sell the spoon to the chieftain of the clan, and embellished its worth and everything, and he pretty much scammed the chieftain. And so the chieftain politely, because he was still a young one, he's just a hatchling. Um, but it was probably close to time for him to leave the. He was politely encouraged to leave the tribe after scamming the chieftain for selling him a bum spoon that wasn't magical at all.
I understand completely. Roll me 1d6.
Okay.
That being said, is this somewhere in the Carnan Hills, which is northeast of Greyhawk City, you found yourself in the midst of some tribal disputes and decided instead of trying to bring them together to take advantage of the situation with a spoon.
I rolled a 5.
Well, it wasn't Elmshire, Steaming Springs, Blackstone, or Diamond Lake, but it was the great place in the fork in the road of High Earn. Well, at least that's how they say it there. It's spelled E-Y, E-R-Y. Higher. Higher? Now I'm not sure. Have fun with that one. That being said, is also this. You sat on the mountainside for a while debating exactly how to go about it. You know, how were you going to trick the chieftain into discovering that the spoon wasn't going to prove that it would be sipped in such a way that it could heal just about anybody, especially since they were about to go to war? That being said, is also this. Did you just sit and ponder, or did you try and wander for information?
Wander.
Roll me investigation.
Investigation. 29.
Chu, you're next. With your 29 on investigation, you find out that the tribesman, specifically, he liked to eat the fish from Midbay, which was in Elmshire, which was hours, if not days, away. So there was no way specifically to get fish from Midbay. But you could trick him, maybe, into thinking that normal fish was exactly what he wants.
I will definitely try to trick him.
You appear that evening in front of the chieftain, your spoon on a pillow you received, well, you stole, and you present it to him. What exactly did you say that evening when you tried to sell him the spoon?
He'll probably speak in his native tongue, so it sounds kind of like. Let's see. I'm recording for this. And so he'll explain that in his native tongue of dry green that the spoon has been washed in the fish oils of whatever fish that was needed. So
Mid-bay, yes.
yeah, and so he'll definitely try to persuade him that it's definitely blessed by those fish oils.
He looks wonderfully excited. Roll deceit.
Let's see. Deception.
He leans from his throne. He walks down a few steps and ponders upon the spoon. He sniffs it.
16.
He replies in his native tongue that he did not smell the fish oil specifically, but he trusts you on the healing properties. And the deal was struck. receive 1 point of inspiration. True, my dearest, tell us about a moment from your past, my dear.
Chu used to be married. She was married at age 16 to her next door neighbor that she's known all of her life. When they were growing up, he was actually a tinkerer, and she would just watch him with fascination, and that's how she learned to tinker herself. And when she was struck by lightning, it was he who helped to kind of put her into the autonome body. And, at first that helped strengthen their relationship, that he saved her. But everybody in the town believed that she called the lightning and that she was cursed. And eventually he started to believe them. And so when the town started distancing themselves from her, eventually one day she came home and there was a note that he was going to visit his sick sister and that she shouldn't come see him. And so she took that as a hint that she needed to start pulling away from him too and taking care of herself.
Roll survival. Additionally, Cricket, write down magic spoon on your character sheet with a question mark next to it.
Okay.
Not only did you sell the spoon, but you stole it back that very evening.
9 for survival.
As you left, you found the streets were very difficult, even the roads you tried to travel upon. They were dirtier than they seemed to even be, but maybe that was just your roll wisdom.
Oh, it was a saving throw. Wisdom is this one. All right. 19.
Even better. You struggle for a moment and you vomit a bit. All that came up was awkward grease and a few bolts. You found yourself to Greyhawk, and you wandered past the large arched gateway, and you saw people stare at you and prod your sides. Well, eventually you found your way to the Artisans Guild. My question to you, dear Chu, is this. Was the curiosity shop open before or after you arrived?
It was open after.
You found an old shop. It had been closed for years. You opened up the door, feeling compelled for some reason, and as you walked forward, you saw it. The wood reminded you of your home. The trees nearby were of the same bark. And the shop you have now in the back where you have your tinkering tools. Well, even that seemed to be more familiar than the home you had left. That being said is also this. You receive on your character sheet Artisan Tinkerer Level 1. And at any time, you may roll once per session in place of any other skill. So you can use any skill in place of another skill.
Okay.
Tim, tell us more about your backstory.
Well, okay. Basically, he was raised in the military, bro, like a wandering band of mercenaries, like a small mercenary army. Learned medicine, felt blessed by the gods, and became a life cleric and a doctor. Got bored and decided to wander the earth.
You grew up in a military base called the Silver Tower. It's located south, near the ford. It's usually a marker, restless academy of sorts, a place to train and also learn exactly who you're going to be as a person in the world. Roll me history.
History. 12.
There was a chance when you were younger to get to know your lineage. However, you pondered and you read books about dead bodies and connecting the dots of them instead. And once you even ran into a cadaver. Roll medicine. It was after a war. They had brought some of the sick to get mended. The trainees were learning their physician tendencies at the time, as no one has really defined yet what is trained there, and even over time it has been forgotten in most cases, as the Silver Tower just stands as a familiar place now. And Tim, what did you roll for your medicine?
Dirty 20.
You checked out the body, even looked for a heartbeat. But then the strangest thing happened. Its mouth opened and an air bubble came out. Roll me nature or arcana.
Oh, that's +1. I'll go for nature. Ooh, natural 20 according to this. I'll just double check that. Yep, natural 20, right?
You see a small gray spider peer out of its mouth, this cadaver, and crawl up the side of its nose and into its hair. You realize that there must be something inside of him that caused him to expire. And because you see no hash marks or lashes, that's the best you can surmise. Did you investigate the body further?
Yes, I would.
Roll investigation or medicine.
I'll go for the medicines, bro. Where is it? Medicine. Oh, what is it? What did you give me? Okay. Well, it didn't put the thing in it, so I'll go for 18 grand because I tried 11.
You take a scalpel and you cut the body open from its neck down to its groin, and as you do, you see a pustule. Well, it looks like an egg sac of spiders. Write down scalpel on your character sheet.
Yeah.
+1.
Yeah. Hey.
And now we drift back to Greyhawk, just outside the curiosity shop. You have locked the door and turned the sign to closed and heard the bell chime behind you. I'm assuming Chu puts the key into their pocket?
Yes.
That being said, what do you all decide to do next as you try to figure out where this mystery lottery might be, this winning prize of an item?
Well, as I check the paper, bro, does it give me a location?
As you peer into the paper, you can tell that it seems it could be any item being sold at the festival.
Yeah,
It's
but
only
it
the
doesn't give me a
commissioner
location.
of entertainment would know the specifics.
Mm. But does it give me a location like the town hall, the town square, or anything like that?
All of the artisan districts, well, just outside from where you are, you see a spawning festival going from street to street of different tents, and different patrons wandering around collecting them.
Okay.
Roll an investigation on the paper for any additional information.
Right. +1. I should have stopped doing that, eh? Oh, twice. 16, bro.
With the 16, I will give you one question, but also 2 bits of information. It seems the Chancellor of Entertainment has hidden the prize within the market. Even the market salesmen themselves may not be aware of this specific item. They said it is no larger than the palm of your hand.
I'll pass that information on. Like, bro, it looks like it's a mystery scavenger hunt. As I point out the paragraph on the paper.
It's a mystery to
Scavenger.
find the mystery?
Yes, it's a mystery inside of a mystery.
Inside of an enigma.
Yes, that too.
Such is life. Now, Tim, you are offered one question. You may choose to offer the party's assistance towards the question or choose your question on your own.
I'll ask the party, bro. I'm not good at these things.
So we have to think up a question.
Yes, question for an answer.
That will help you with winning the lottery.
Hmm.
Hmm.
How do we win the lottery? Is that too vague?
No, because like we already know how to win, so we're gonna ask a question of the object that we're looking for. Like a clue.
Is
But we have to
edible?
doubt it.
Is that your question?
If we find the object, we win it?
Yes.
That would be the question.
The
If we can
announcement
find
will be
the
done
object.
at the ball.
Right. So how about if we ask what type of object it is?
What?
Yeah, it's heated.
It's already heated.
What
How
if
about
the
if we
object
ask
is in our shop?
Yeah, which shop should we? That's the question we should ask. Which shop should we search?
Is that your question?
That would be my suggestion for the question.
Oh, yes. Because there are some shops I would not be interested in their stuff.
We can narrow it down to just one shop, then we can thoroughly investigate that shop.
And Tim, do you take that as your question? Currently muted, my friend. Oh, there you are.
Yes. What is the location of the object?
Yeah, which shop?
Yeah.
As you scan the pages of the paper trying to surmise the specifics, you can tell that the written language is different than the rest of the articles. Perhaps it's some sort of code. You do know the Chancellor of Entertainment does enjoy a good mystery. Ah, and there you see it within the pages. The word of an old god, Macanus. Roll religion, all of you.
Chu got a 10.
Cricket got a 15, I think. Let me check. Yep, 15. I'll do an extra d6 for my second knack. So 20. 15 plus 5.
I got a 15, bro.
I'm going to update your notebooks. Give me just a. All right. So I've given Rye information specifically. The rest of you have gleaned this. That Mechonis is an ancient word for an old realm. The realm is one of chaos, but also of seeing fate and the future. And you believe that this item must be connected to some sort of prophecy or the ability to scry, perhaps a deck of cards or a bag of runes of some kind.
Well, if that will be the case, bro, it sounds like like a fortune teller shop. You know, where those girls with the mystic with the magic ball and shit, the crystal ball.
Oh,
Sounds like a fortune
that's
teller.
maybe we
Sounds
should
like
find a
Zoltar,
shop.
a fortune-telling machine.
Oh, yes. Where would we find that? A fortune teller shop.
Well, that's why we got to look around, bro. Like a mystery and ask people and socialize and stuff like that. Preferably somebody with tarot or does some runes, just to narrow it down.
I will allow
Like a
you a
tarot
gather
card.
information check. It's an old skill from 3.5. You roll 1d20 and you add your charisma modifier. It gives you the opportunity to socialize and gain information in a quick way, as well as reveal scenes that might parlay into deeper story bits.
Natural 20, bro. I know everything.
Plus charisma.
I don't know why I rolled that at advantage. I should have just got a
So
single.
17.
Mine was a 4.
Chu, you have made friends with one of the neighbors, an older woman who likes to sit out front and rock on her chair, as well as twiddle her thumbs or crochet something for her granddaughter. Her name is Mrs. Fizzle, and she sits usually on the corner around the bend of the street. And Tim, high or low?
We'll go for the high, bro.
You find yourself back at the brewmaster, and he smiles at you immediately, pouring another cup of the red raspberry honeyed wine and places it over in your direction. Do you partake?
Yes, I do.
And Chu, do you discover the old woman and see if she's home today?
Yes, I do.
Cricket, unfortunately, no one really likes to talk to you.
Probably a little unsettling.
A small girl wanders nearby. She gasps for a moment, and her father takes her by the hand and says, "Don't look at him." Dearest
Hey,
Chew,
Cricket, does your,
what's that?
I was going to ask Cricket, does his mind work with telepathy both ways, bro? Like, he can read minds.
Only if they direct their thoughts to me to communicate back. No, actually, yeah. Let me double check that. I think I just project my thoughts, my words to them. Speak. I can transmit my thoughts mentally to willing creatures. A contacted creature doesn't need to share a language, but must be able to understand at least one language. I think, yeah, I think it's both ways because it says it's a link.
So if you go around asking random people, bro, you can read their minds.
Oh no, I can't. I can't actually read their minds. It's just they can communicate back to me with their thoughts.
Oh, okay. So it's just
But I
like
can't
limited
actually.
telepathy.
Yeah, it's very limited in that
Oh,
sense.
fair enough.
I wonder if your sash of eyes can find the item, though. Maybe it is hidden.
Yeah, if it's invisible or if it's under an illusion spell, I can see through illusions through the true sight of my eyes, my sash of eyes.
Tim, you find yourself at the brewmaster, and he hands you a chalice of red ruby wine. He leans in and says, "What are you about to do, my friend? Looks as though you closed up the shop. It's a busy day out here in the Grow Fest."
That is so true, bro. But, me and my friends have decided to, like, go out there and see the sights, mingle with people, drum up business that way, you know what I mean?
"Oh, that's a fantastic idea. Excuse me." He turns over to one of the patrons and begins chatting with them. Chu, you walk up steps made of stone, and there is a light out front. You climb to the door, and you knock. And then the door opens. Oh, sorry, what's that, Chu?
Choose knocks are more like thumps.
The door opens slowly, and you see familiar Mrs. Frizzleton, I think. We'll call her Frizzleton. "Oh, hello, darling. How are you today? No rust, I see."
You're doing lovely today, Mrs. Frizzleton. How are you?
"Quite well. Are you enjoying the Grow Fest?"
I am. I was just wondering, though, to get myself in the spirit, I was wondering if I should try to get my fortune read. But I don't know of any fortune tellers here. So I wanted to see if you possibly did.
Oh, yes. Let me think for a moment. Roll persuasion.
Dirty 20.
Yes, of course. There is the Silver Dragon Inn in the foreign quarter. You have to go up the main road and then hook a left near the old, battered hills of the hobbits, or the halflings. You'll see it beyond there. And I believe her name is, Madame Piercy. Yes, Madame Piercy.
Well, thank you so much. Do you possibly know any other places that are related to prophecies or scrying?
Oh, well, there is the temple. That's not too far from here. It's just south. You have to go past the main gate into the thieves' quarters. And then I believe it's 4 blocks, and you make a left near the horse.
I do like that horse.
Yeah, there's a bit, she begins to ramble for a moment. Roll history.
17.
You spend the better part of about 15 minutes listening to a story about her father helped construct that horse, and how that horse represents the foundation and very crack at it, thanks to the slum district, as well as their civil unrest, which is the reason for the large gate between the districts now. That being said, is
Mm.
also this. She reminds you the horse is named the Great Valant. It's usually tarnished when graffitied and sometimes urinated on. But once you find it, you should make a left and you'll see a temple. And that should be the what you're looking for.
Thank you so much. I'll let you know if if I get a good fortune.
Oh, very good, dear. Let me know how that goes. She shuts the door and you
Yeah.
hear her mumbling.
What a nice old lady.
You rendezvous back with Kirk and Tim. Or Cricket, I'm sorry.
Did you find anything?
Mrs. Frizzleton gave me two suggestions. There is a fortune teller at the Silver Dragon Inn named Madame Piercy, and then she also suggested there might be stuff to do with prophecies and scrying at the temple. The one that's a little beyond the horse.
See, well, we can't do both because, like, the temple is on the way to the Silver Dragon, isn't it?
They are in two opposite directions. One leads you south and one leads you north.
Okay. Looks like we're gonna have to divide and conquer, bro. How are we gonna do this?
We could check one first and then the other.
I suppose
I
we
would
can
like
always
to
get
go
an
to the
Uber, right?
Silver Dragon Inn.
Yeah, fair enough. If that doesn't pan out, we can always get an Uber and get a ride over to the temple, eh? Yeah.
Should we all go to one and then the other, or should we break up?
I say we stick
No,
together.
no. Yeah, we should stick together because, like, a person might find more information than, the other.
Mm.
But since I got paid a large amount of money, let's splurge on a taxi just to make things go faster. Do they have taxi services around here?
They have carriages that will take you, yes. I believe they call them
Oh,
poppers
cool.
because they take you from one place to another.
Oh, cool. How do we flag one down?
Once you make it to the main road, which is just a few blocks away, you can flag one, generally speaking, quite quick. There is a main road known as the Crown Road, running from north to south, and it branches from there to the various districts, alleyways, and avenues, etc.
Cool. So yeah, we'll flag one down, bro. See what happens.
You walk the few districts past the various houses of the artisan guilds, and you see a smith smiling back at you. You had helped him a few months ago. He had a weird bracelet that tended to shot fire at people every now and then. He crafted it while he was praying to some maleficent god, he had said. That being said, you find yourselves at a very large, grand road. There are two ways, both north and south, and different carriages taking different patrons and as well as horses, with various warriors as well as mages glancing at you. There seems to be a merchant that has turned over a sack of cabbages and he's arguing with one of the sentries nearby. Do you all try to cross or try to flag one down? You'll have to roll performance for a popper to pop on by.
Cricket will
Which
wave
one
all
of us
four of his
has?
arms. Cricket will wave
I'll
all
even
four of
give
his
you
arms.
guidance, bro. Yeah, I'll even give you guidance for your performance check.
Okay. Oh no.
Cricket steps out on the side, and he begins to, well, lose his footing on the stoop. He's about to collide brick first to the cobblestone road unless he strikes up inspiration in case True or Tim care to save him.
Could I roll acrobatics to try to right myself and maybe do a cartwheel instead?
You may.
22.
You
Very
cartwheel
acrobatic.
expertly out into the middle of traffic and find yourself doing one of those victory poses right in the center. The sentry stares at you and blows their whistle and begins, "Hey, you! Off the road! Off the road!"
I'll try to. Okay. I'll try to jump back to the side and then if I can see one of the taxis, or what are they called?
Roll
Hoppers?
perception.
Oh, perception. Oh, perception.
Your arms are many, but scary.
22.
As you scan the Grand Crown Road, you see different carriages and merchants, as well as different, well, it looks like some official carriages there in the distance, and they're heading off to the north. Maybe it's for the grand ball later on this evening. Well, they are gilded in ivory paint. They're hard to miss. And as you spy for one of the poppers popping by, you see a yellow taggy on the back of one of the caddies. You found one, and they're aimed in your direction. It doesn't look like they have a patron. If you step in front, you might have a shot at flagging them down.
I'll actually, if he's within 120 feet of me, I'll speak into his mind.
Excellent.
Pardon me, we have 3 possible patrons right here. If you see me waving my 4 arms, and I'll wave all 4 of my arms.
The sudden
3
startle
riders.
of a voice within his mind is foreign to him. Roll persuasion.
Uh-oh.
Don't forget to add a D4 for guidance, bro.
So, okay, what, D4 to the 16?
Yeah. Yeah, roll a D4.
So that would make it 18.
18.
The good doctor, seeing you trying to flag down a caddy, assists you. And, thankfully, your, well, persuasive nature has guided him to pull over and make a U-turn. Eventually, all 3 of you are able to get in, and Cricket, you don't collide into that merchant cart that recently got up with cabbages. They ride by you.
Cricket,
Oof,
bro, I've
lucky.
got an idea. I've got an idea. Depends how ethical you are, though. I have an idea what to do with your telepathy. I have an idea.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Right? Now,
I'm open to ideas.
since you go into people's minds, bro, instead of talking to them, you can make it sound like they're having a thought. Like, I should help these people out. Stuff like
Inception.
that, Yeah.
Inception.
Yeah. So, I should help these people out. I should tell them all I know. These people are nice.
I'd have to mimic their own voice. I don't know their voice, though. Otherwise, it would sound like my voice.
Yeah, but
But
when you
but
when
my
you have a
voice
thought,
is
bro,
different in my head than it is when I speak it.
Oh,
yeah,
that's true.
it's like when you have a thought, do you actually hear a voice, or is it just a thought? And would you question it?
I'll consider this next time. When the opportunity arises.
Maybe you should experiment on the next person we see. Just for funsies.
Chew. The caddy stares at you. They have a teethy grin and they're missing a few. They're chewing on some twig. It's unlit. It's some sort of hallucinogen. And they're staring back at you with some sort of hat on their head that seems to have cracked at the top. Where you going, madam? Sorry. Where you going, gentlemen? And I'm sorry, let's clarify your pronouns now. Are you all theys, thems, and hims and hers, or what?
I'm just a guy. I don't understand these pronouns.
I'm a
Uh,
she.
Cricket is a he, him.
Madam,
Actually,
where are you
he,
headed?
they.
He, they. Ooh, yes. Because of the arms.
Yep.
Why did we decide to start first? Do we want to
North.
follow all of the fancy carriages north, or did we want to go to a place?
Well, we're going to go to the inn first because that there sounds likely.
Oh, the inn, yes. That's north, isn't it?
I believe so, because the temple was south. All right, take us to the Silver Dragon Inn, please.
True, roll history, and I have a question for character building. Do you wear feminine clothes, or do you have a sculpted dress as part of your, well, species? Or is it something else?
It's more like a lab coat.
Even better. Now, your hair, is it pinned like a wig, or do you not have any, or is it curly like etched metal?
Let me check my picture one more time.
Oh, so it's exactly as the picture is, just to clarify?
Similar. So I have like a helmet that you can't really see my hair through.
Okay, fabulous.
But I would say she does not have hair.
Okay, excellent. So just like the picture. I was making sure. Thank you. I wanted to clarify. All right. Yep. So the good caddy decides that it's going to be 20 gold pieces each.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'll pay for it, bro. So I told them I'll splurge on them. So I got paid heaps. So I'll give him 65, bro, as a tip. There you go.
And we would appreciate your speediest speed.
As you all get into the carriage, you realize why they're called poppers. They're not strong wheels, and usually they pop around in them. Each of you roll me a dex save.
Save. 15.
23.
A 23, a 15, and
No, yeah, 15 for me.
two 15s. Even better. You're all able to dodge the top of the carriage and not knock your heads around, and it comes to a stop about 20 minutes later, right in front of the Red Dragon or Silver Dragon Inn. You see a picture of a very large sculpted dragon coming off of the billboard at the top. It looks domish and circular inside, and you see various shops and vendors. There's a large banner that says Grow Fest all across the way, and you see avenues and streets leading off the main grand road that you're currently on. Alright, get out.
Excuse me. How much would it cost you to wait around for a little bit, bro? Because like we're gonna need another ride.
How much we talking? How long?
Say no longer than half an hour.
Roll persuasion.
17.
I'll do 45 for 250.
Yeah, all right then. I got money.
He exchanges the gold with you, and he rallies his horses to the side and pins them to a post.
Cool. Thank you. I'll tell the others we got about 45 minutes. Talk to this girl.
There are streets and alleyways, vendors, and the market itself, which is also right outside of the Silver Dragon Inn and the Silver Dragon Inn itself. Outside of the Silver Dragon Inn, it is a very large stairwell leading up into the inn itself. It is a dome. It has multiple levels and rooms, and you see add-ons and built-ons onto the dome in various artisans' takes and architecture. Outside, however, on the stone steps are drunks and ne'er-do-wells begging for money, and an orc, it seems, leaning against a post, swigging on a canister of ale.
Cricket studies each of them, just wondering what circumstances brought them to their current place.
Which one of us has the higher charisma in persuasion? Who's got it?
I
I've already got +1.
I have +6 in persuasion.
I have plus 6
cool.
to persuasion.
Mm.
Did you mention that there was a dragon statue or just a picture?
So it's an embossed
Hmm.
And I like look at it closer.
You can. Roll religion, arcana, history, or something else that you could think of.
Okay, I will. Let's do arcana. 19.
It seems as though, as you stare at the eyes of the dragon, they seem to follow you so. They're of yellow, almost gold color. And it would seem they are spying at you and one another. It's some sort of scrying or security system for the inn itself.
Oh, very interesting. This dragon is looking at us. And she waves at the dragon.
And suddenly you hear a large puff and steam or soot comes out of its nose.
Chew giggles with glee.
Looks like we got the right place because it fits the clues, doesn't it? Scrying? Huh? Dragon? Scrying us? Fortune
so.
teller.
Let's go find a
Yes.
fortune teller and get our fortunes told.
Awesome.
Maybe they'll let us know if we win the lottery.
Maybe. So we walk into the bar, I'm guessing. I'll do a perception check, bro, to see if I can find her.
The large
Guide
open doors swing as you all approach automatically, and you hear a collection of loud chatter and music playing that you didn't hear before because the doors had some sort of magical lock upon the sound. Must be a noise ordinance. That being said, you see someone swinging from one of the chandeliers on the second balcony, a small halfling singing with a song. There is a band playing, however, they're floating in midair. A drummer, a guitar, and someone singing. They wildly hum currently as it almost discotheques, like an echo through the chamber. There are 4 floors and a large bar going around and various tables. There are adventurers of all sorts, from tieflings to dwarfs to humans, of course. And if you have any specific questions, roll a perception check.
I got a 19 for my perception, bro. I'm looking for this girl. Oh, look at you, 22.
With your 19 perception check, Tim, you're able to see the barkeeps can't keep up with supply as people are demanding another rounds after him. Someone has put wild elderberry inside of most of the gin. It would seem that it's caused an argument at one of the bars. And at the table on the left on that second balcony with the halfling wiggling around, you see what looks like, oh my, it is your old contact. Remember their name?
Billy.
Billy. The big EI. The Eye of Beholder. His tentacles swing around him and he spots you all at a distance. He smiles and nods a bit as he floats in his chair and he laughs back at the halfling swiggling another round of beer. And for your 17, I'm sorry, for your 22, Cricket, you spy around but don't see any fortune tellers. However, you do see some sort of arcane flare of fire on the 3rd banister leading up to the 4th. But other than that, everyone looks like they're just enjoying themselves. However, you have noticed there's a client from about a month ago. She's sitting somberly all by herself, and she's drinking some sort of, well, glass of wine. Her name is, do you remember?
Khes. Khes.
Kesh. Yeah, she has short hair, elven, long lobes, means she's been around a while. And Chu, did you roll a perception check?
I did not, but I will. Oh, 7.
Dearest Chu, you spy around, but find nothing that really is profound other than the steaming dragon from behind. You have noticed that each of the banisters have the same looking dragon and narrowly eyes looking back at you. At least you've surmised that this entire place is being surveyed. However, by who? I guess would just be the owner, right?
I think we should get a similar security system when we get back.
Yeah, that can be like a project for you, eh?
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Sounds like a great project.
And you can customize it with all sorts of doohickeys.
Yeah, maybe we can build Cricket's telepathy into it so that he can also talk to them.
Ooh, that sounds amazing.
Each of you roll Gambit.
Ooh, net 20 for a 32.
21.
That sleight of hand is coming in handy. Dearest Cricket, where do you venture first when you're trying to scour for information about a fortune teller?
I might go up to the bartender. Usually bartenders are a fount of information.
You see a well-dressed sprite of a fellow fae. She sits behind the bar, pouring a glass from the draft, and stares over and nods in your direction. I'll be about 5 minutes.
I'll be here.
Name?
Cricket, cricket.
Cricket. Got it. That was weird. She eventually leaves and helps other patrons delivering beers and shots. And then we go to our dear friend Tim.
I'll go natural 20 for my perception, bro.
You got a natural 20 for your perception on... Oh, I see what you did there. Excellent. And you receive a point of inspiration, Tim. That being said is also this. Where do you venture first in the Silver Dragon Inn?
I'll go talk to my contact, Billy.
You walk up to the second flight of stairs. It takes a while. You have to dodge someone dancing exotically on a table next to some, well, ogre-looking fellow who's actually a Goliath. You recognize them. You had seen their poster up at the recent Colosseum. They have different tattoos and numbers upon their victories. And you walk up to the second flight and cross over to your contact. He eyes you and speaks something in Abyssal. Do you speak Abyssal?
Yes, I do.
Move out of the way, kids, he says, as his crowd clears its collection of what looks like halflings and half-elves, and all sorts of people who generally are not welcome. And with your perception, high or low?
I'll go for luck.
You spy someone sitting and smoking a twig, staring at the halfling as well as the band swirling around in the air amongst you. And they look as though they might be, well, yes, they are. Definitely drow. You can even see the tribal tattoos on their fingers. Chew, what are you doing, darling?
You said that there's dragons throughout with the scrying system.
Each one of the posts from top to toe of this place is exactly the same. You see silver gilded dragons with glowing gold eyes, and they seem to be spying everyone from side to side.
Can I go up to one of them and ask, hello, scrying person. I was wondering if you could give me some assistance. Could you make the dragon puff a number according to which floor Madame Piercy's at?
The gold eyes fix in your direction, and they steam that same soot from before. Roll persuasion with advantage.
The first one is 16. The second one is 15.
Its mouth moves open, and you hear a gargling noise. Fourth floor. And then it closes.
I'd like to pat it on the nose and say thank you very much.
It steams again as you walk up towards the fourth floor, and with that we take our second 10-minute break and welcome Cora to the game.
Hi,
Hello,
it
Cora.
seems that I'm fashionably late. I assumed that it started at the same time as the other one. I must have been mistaken, however.
Darling, it's okay. We went with this one 2 hours early, and we need to discuss scheduling anyways. So do we like Fridays, or do we want to move back to Tuesdays?
I think it was Wednesday before, wasn't
You're
it?
right, it was Wednesday
Yeah, it
before.
was Wednesday.
Do you want to move back to Wednesday? My bad.
I think it was up to Tim. Wasn't Tim the one that had the problem? The
I'm
schedule
good
conflict?
with. I'm good with either way, bro.
Oh, I thought you had a babysitter that couldn't do Wednesdays.
No, I found another one, but it
Oh,
doesn't
found a
start
different
until
one.
next. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
So we're back. We can go back to Wednesdays then, I guess.
Then Wednesday
Yeah,
next
we
week,
are.
6:30 Mountain.
Wednesdays are easier for me.
Wednesdays are easier for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fantastic. So we go back to Wednesdays. I'll make an announcement immediately.
Okay.
And Cora, what is your character's name in this campaign?
My character's name is Sakura. Though for now, I think I'll sit the rest of the session out because I don't want you to have to like shoehorn in the middle of all of the party's great
Girl,
fun.
we can add you in
Oh.
2 seconds. Don't even try me. I already know what to do.
This is kind of a great place to bump into people.
Yeah, we're right in the
I
middle of a tavern.
All right, full disclosure, I have no idea what's going on, which makes sense because I would have just met you. Oh, so it works out perfectly. Never mind.
I think what we'll do, if you're okay with it, is we'll just say that your character, even though they're part of the Curiosity Shop, have been on a binger. So you're probably suffering from a hangover and hair of the dog at the same time. And so you could just be like at the Silver Dragon Inn and waiting on them.
Oh, yeah, that would be fine.
And you just conveniently have been waiting for them for like 2 months to show up.
Right. Very convenient, very demure. I don't know why I love using that phrase, but anyway, you're going to hear a lot more of it.
I love it.
No, but please continue.
We're
We're on a
gonna
break.
continue in about 7 minutes. So
Oh, right.
what we'll do is we'll start with you introducing your character and setting you up somewhere in the inn somewhere. We'll make you roll dice and put you randomly placed. And then we'll have you do a small flashback.
Okay. I made
so-
another martial character just because managing spells is hard.
Understandable. I went with the rogue.
There are so many. Oh, a rogue is fun.
Why it's called the Book of Shadows and not a Book of Mana.
Yeah. No, but I just went with. Oh, I never added this character to the campaign. Oh, poo. Also, DM, I'm sorry again for passing out on you last night.
Oh, you're okay. I figured you were tired, and honestly, it was like the perfect place because they had just made that decision to go, I think, back to the tavern and then do some other stuff. So right now, they're on their way out of Waterdeep. And as they're trying to get onto the ship that's supposed to take them out, it's been bombarded by, well, 7 vampire goblins, and they whisked away 4 of them by casting a fear spell against undead. So there's only 3 of them left, and they're all hissing and snarling at the quartet of you.
Okay. So I know this is a separate campaign, but while I have you as a captive audience for the next 5 or so minutes, I just want to know. I know you said that the overarching story drama supersedes the personal plots for now, and then we can circle back on that stuff in season 2, right?
No, at this
Right.
point, you guys are on personal plots. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. What? I thought you told me that. Wait, was that last week? No, I think last week you said you were like, "Hey, I think that the overarching plots are going to take over," and that did you not say that?
For each character, yes. And that's what's happening. So your
Oh,
story plots are what's happening now. Like with Cora having that transitional sliders moment from being like the bottom of the barrel to kingpin of the brood, and then finding out that Waterdeep is like, oh no, we're not interested in you. Like that's all because of the switcheroo that happened when Mad Dwarf King's character Uze rolled those dice. So yeah, at this point it's all about wrapping up loose ends. Like even Uze's character was able to get revenge finally off of his old tribesmen.
okay. So,
You made me go on a murder spree.
You did.
in terms of tying up loose ends, then I think it was because part of the reason was because I was gone, and then before the session before last, I think we had a big conflagration, and then I was never able to, um, like she was never able to find her parents. So, um, that kind of creates a time vortex thing where it's like she's leaving, but she never, like, this is where she was effectively born and raised, and now she's leaving without having resolved what what she went there to resolve. So that kind of is that's a bit of a discrepancy to me, and I'm not quite sure how to sort that out.
Well, we'll have to figure that out one together, I think, next week when you guys are about to board the ship. Because there are special mysteries aboard that ship that I cannot reveal until you are aboarded. So, it may assist you, and that's all I can say for now, darling.
Okay.
I shall never provide a river without an oar and a boat nearby. Keep that in mind.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
Cora.
Mm,
So you know my little vampire spawn, right? If you want to see him, I
AFK.
put his hero fort. I oh you,
sure. DM it to me. Also, when are you doing that game?
oh oh I just put it in character creation. If you want to just check it out there.
Okay. I'll take a look at it when I get a chance. Uh,
All right, and we're back. Cora, my darling, please introduce your new character. So I can
oh,
learn
this
another
is
name.
fun. Sorry, what?
So I can learn another name.
Oh, so you can learn another name, right? I have the character art here somewhere. Is this stream? Hold on. Is this stream monetized? I have to ask because like I don't want it to be like copyright
Oh,
struck.
so no copyright infringement. I think copyright law, you're allowed like half of a moment, and that's about it. I do have a
Okay.
strange thing book, volume 1, that if anyone treads too deeply, then all chaos breaks out. And you're welcome.
Well, that's
I
not.
believe it's about 6 seconds.
Cora,
I'm
roll
sorry. What did you?
1d4.
Hold on 1 second. A lot of stuff for a lot of stuff's happening on. 1d4 coming up. That's a 4.
Your character is currently on the 4th floor, the top floor of the Silver Dragon Inn. Beyond there are the private quarters as well as chambers and different orchestras, they call them, which are large caveats or decks for people to sit out on. Usually high-priced fellows will book it for a weekend excursion here in Greyhawk. Please, introduce your character.
Okay. So my character is Maeda Sakura. She is a fighter. What I forget what subclass it is, but I flavored it as a samurai fighter, essentially. And there isn't much more than that. I'm mostly just adding things as I go along because I think it's more fun that way. Also, 4'10" and full of anger.
And what species?
Human.
Do you have
Yes,
long
very.
hair, or what color's your hair?
Long black hair. Long straight black hair. In full armor and such.
You sit there on the 4th floor admiring the band that seems to be enchantingly floating in air amongst this dome of an inn. There's various others as you peer down. There's someone swinging off the chandelier again, and you see your old contact, Billy, an eye of the beholder. Oh, and what do you know it? Looks like the rest of the ragtag team just walked in. There's Tim. He's off to go chat with, looks like the eye of the beholder dude. Oh, and you also see Chew. They're talking to, it looks like a banister. That's appropriate. Oh, and then you also have, it looks like, Cricket. Yeah, they're over waiting at the bar. Well, they'll probably find you eventually. You've been waiting for them for months to show up. You told them you would be here after your last talk with them. And since then, you have been helping to pay rent at the Curiosity Shop, but you also been paying for your private suite here. Keep that in mind. That being said, please tell me, what do you prefer to drink while you're sitting there at the Silver Dragon Inn, enjoying your hangover?
Question: does whatever the equivalent to sake is, I suppose, something fairly light, but a lot of that thing, whatever it is.
You know the bartender's name on this floor, as well as the cocktail waitress that usually takes this shift. She's an older woman with her hair done up, and she has gray strands on her sides. She looks over at you. You want the same thing again?
Same again.
Yeah,
Creature
okay.
habit. What can I say?
Yeah, okay. She walks over to the bar and whispers something over to the bartender. He squints his eyes and goes, "Oy vey." You see him put 2 eggs into a glass, as well as your sake into a flask. And then a small cup, like a tea, for the sake itself. She brings it over and lays down all 3. The glass with the 2 eggs, the sake flask, as well as the small teacup. She looks at you. Is that it?
That'll be it.
You want me to crack them today? How are you feeling?
I'm doing just fine. Taking it one day at a time. I think that's all we can really ask for.
Marta, we need you back over here. Okay. All right. You let me know. You wave, okay?
All right.
She's half goblin. That being said is this. Everyone, roll gambit again.
You get less than a 10, you die.
No, you just fall prone. It's only the first session. That's not until session 2.
Not until session 2, right? Okay.
I
one
die.
second.
Oh no.
Oh no. 23.
Sleight of hand,
55.
Cricket. That's 3 times in a row now. You receive 1 point of inspiration. That being said is this. Cricket, you wait your 5 minutes at the bar as the bartender finally weaves over to you. She has a bob of a haircut. It's red and black, and some tattoos as well as a piercing in her nose. She looks like she's half pixie or half, something else. What is it, darling? You said cricket, right? What do you want, darling?
Cricket, yes. Looking for a fortune teller. You know where the fortune teller is? Is there a fortune teller here?
Roll persuasion. She stares at you daft for a moment, trying to look back at herself and what kind of job she has. My information, she says.
16.
You know, you are like the 5th person to come by expecting me to know where a fortune teller is. I'm going to tell you the exact same thing the last, 5 people to ask this question. If I was a fortune teller, I wouldn't be here because I would already know where this secret lottery is. Okay? Yeah. All right. Thanks. Thanks so much. Okay? Are you buying a drink?
Sure. I'll take an ale.
Last 5 didn't buy a drink. They just ran off. Wow.
The most sour ale you have. The more sour, the better.
Sour? Sour?
Yes, we like sour. Sour is best for us.
She lays a glass in front of you and pours some gin inside. She takes an elderberry, it's part of the special, and then rummages into a chest where she pulls out some sort of, well, it almost resembles an insect's, well, pustule glands. She wrings it out inside the glass and then strings it around with some sort of twig or stick. She places it in front of you. That's probably the best we have. It'll be 5 gold. I'm going to call it a Moxie Roxy.
Sounds good. Smells better. Here, 5 gold.
Let me know if you die. That being said, we move on.
Insane.
True, I believe. Oh no, 23 for Cora. Cora, you're sitting there
Yes.
on the 4th floor and you hear footsteps familiar to you. You stare over and you see Chu at the banister and steam coming from the banisters themselves. Each of the banisters in this place that's keeping this shabby establishment together have dragon sculpted silver, almost metal banisters, and each of them have gold eyes that seem to glow. You see Chu, and they're looking around. Chu, roll perception.
Natural 1.
Would you care to
plus
use your
3 is
inspiration?
Yeah, let's do that. $17.
High or low?
Low.
You see a woman over in the distance on the other side of the large ring where the band is playing, and she's smoking on a twig. She has cards in front of her, and it looks like someone just got up, some frog-looking fellow. They seem to be hopping over to their other comrades, some humans, a woman with glasses, a blonde, and some red-haired guy. And they leave. It looks like she's open. However, there, just about 2 tables away, is your other associate. Yep, it's definitely Cora. And they have their usual cocktail in the morning. 2 eggs and a glass of sake.
Um, am I able to, I guess, mind meld with Cricket? Then we.
If you're within
said that
120
it's-
feet, yeah.
I assume I am still.
I would say the effects are ongoing since you are all associates, and he would like to be on top of anything that might be peculiar for any of you. However, if anyone says specifically that they turn it off, then they turn it off, and it must be reinitiated by Cricket. And thus far, the 3 that are connected are Tim, Chu, and Cricket. I would say that Cora may not at this point, since they were on the other side of town.
Who?
Okay. So I'm just gonna mind tell Cricket. Cricket, Cora's here. I'm gonna go to this woman who has cards, but you can find Cora, and then I'm gonna go barreling over to the woman.
Oh,
I should
where's
probably-
Cora?
I
Oh,
guess
sorry.
Cora's doing the crossover. No, it's okay. I need to change my name.
That's,
Oh, what was your
was
name? I can't remember.
Itis Sakura?
No, it's Sakura, but also
Oh,
that
Sakura.
voice modulator is the shit. I'm telling you.
Okay, Sakura's here.
Kind of
Okay.
sound similar-ish. Anyway, let me stop. Continue.
Where are you?
I'm on the bottom floor by now.
Oh,
So
so
I'm
Sakura,
probably
you're
just-
still on the 4th floor unless you got up and left to go down to the 1st floor. And Chu, you
Okay.
saw Sakura just now on the 4th floor and headed over to the fortune teller, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
So
have.
fourth floor?
Wait there, Sakura. I'll be there. On my way. And he'll make his way up eventually.
Was one of Rainbow? Were you trying to say something? I think you got cut off.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I'll let Rainbow continue with the.
Chew.
Okay, yeah, I go barreling over to the woman.
She's smoking on a twig and stares at you with almost ember eyes. She's dragonborn of some kind. I knew you'd be here. Sit down.
Chu sits down where she is, not on a chair, but just where she was standing.
She smokes again from her twig and blows smoke in your face. On the chair, darling. On the chair.
Oh, okay. And then Chu gets up and sits on the chair. So you know why I'm here?
I can sense that you are looking for someone.
Yes, I'm looking for Madame Piercy.
Ah, yes, Madame Piercy. I know of her. She has a small shop around the bend.
Oh. Do you perchance know how to tell fortunes?
I do. And suddenly cards levitate in front of you and they land both 1, 2, and 3 for your past, present, and future. If you care to continue, let me know. True. She smokes again and blows the smoke in your face. I can tell you. It'll be 10 gold.
Chu's very excited and yes, here, take 10 gold. And places 10 gold on the table.
I see in your past. Suddenly, a card flips and you see a picture of a large structure that looks like a tower crumbling to bits. You have been somewhere close. It's in danger. And suddenly, the next card flips. You see a hand clasping onto a jeweled emerald locket. And it will lead to grand fortune. And then, finally, the third card flips. Was that true?
Grand fortunes? Oh my.
It is a picture of a devil, a being of the damned. She smokes again and blows the smoke up into the air, and you see fangs appear. Your fortune is treacherous and will lead to dangers beyond reality. Suddenly, her eyes begin to glow purple, and you hear her howl from within. Tim, you're back, hanging out with the beholder, if I'm not mistaken, old Billy, your friend.
Yes, I am. I say, hello there, Bill, how are you?
It's good seeing you after all these years. Sit down, sit down. One of his tentacle eyes pull out a chair and put a cushion there for you to sit.
Ah, thanks, Bill. Can I buy you a drink, something to eat?
No, I'm perfectly fine. How have you been? Tell me more, Tim. What brings you here to Silver Dragon Inn?
Well, a few things, Bill. I kind of need your help with some things. You see, I've got this job that this nobleman offered me. It's a I've got a keen mind, bro. So I'll just tell him the whole situation.
One of his
Yeah,
tentacles go up to your lips. Shh, wait. And suddenly you hear him cast a spell, and you are in a tent. It even has wind outside, and some desert. We're private here. No one knows we're talking. Tell me more about this friend.
Well, I tell him the situation, bro. I've got a keen mind, so I just tell him the whole situation, and that I'm going to need his help with the arcane, bro. So because like this thing could be dangerous and everything else, and I'll give him the object as a payment, bro.
Tim, I know just the person for you. In that old fort across the bay, there is a mansion. That mansion, I believe, is where you're headed. It's the old Don's. They helped out in the Beast Wars and the Groves, like you said. They are well known in the area, but they are also well known for betraying their fellow friends. Keep that in mind, my dear friend. I hate for you to lose your head after all these years. And then there's one more thing. I have a contact named Smith. He's a werewolf, but don't bring that up to him. He prefers people not to say, but if he doesn't believe you, bring that up and mention my name. You'll find him there at the ford. I'm sure.
Oh, awesome. Well, it sounds like these tops are pretty bad guys, aren't they?
You have no idea. Speaking of bad guys, are we still good after all this time? Would you mind if I brought a friend by?
Oh, bro, your friends are my friends. Don't worry about it.
Excellent,
And
excellent. And suddenly the
and
tent
it,
disappears from all around you, and you feel the desert air disappear, and the swill of moldy beer fill your nostrils.
mm. I'm also looking for a fortune teller that says to be around here. Madam, I'll just tell him his name. I can't remember myself. Do you happen to know if she's around?
Madam Percy. Yes, she's 2 blocks down on the east end of this district. You're looking for usually the Emerald Ruby Avenue, I believe it's called. ER Avenue. Don't get that confused with RE. That's just across the way from it.
Awesome. Say, if you need any help with advanced interrogations or to teach somebody a lesson, you let me know it's on the house, all right?
Oh, no, I've got that covered, Tim. And plus, your skills aren't that best when you take a hit. I've seen you out there.
Yeah. Well, hey.
Meanwhile, Cora, suddenly you are greeted by a familiar face as Cricket appears, Cricket, at your table. Have you now cracked the eggs into your sake?
What kind of animal do you take me for? Absolutely not. The eggs would be like scrambled or fried or something. No, I'm sorry, that was hilarious. No, but she would be eating and drinking if that's what you were asking.
As you crack the egg, suddenly the glass that they're in appears into a plate, and each of them are boiled or sauteed in some way of your choosing. You merely speak the word. It's a specialty of the sweets here in Silver Dragon Inn.
Cool.
And Cricket, you're now at the table.
Cricket is Cricket is a little bit frantic at the moment. He just felt a severing of the telepathy between him and Tim.
Correct.
Can you describe
Choo-choo!
Cricket's? Oh,
Choo choo! I lost contact with Tim.
Tim Tim?
Yes, suddenly it went dark. I couldn't. I just lost contact with him. I don't know what happened.
I'm sure he's okay. He probably just went to the bathroom and wanted some privacy.
Oh, yeah, you can sever the contact that way. I'm sure that he was afraid or had maybe some issue with urinating while having the connection open. Okay.
Each of you, roll history.
okay. All right.
14.
16.
11.
Cricket. You remember the last time one of you had gone missing, you found out that it was a recent gang uprising within the artisan district. And they had sights set on your very property. Apparently, underneath, inside of the basement, leads directly to the sewer. A lot of crooks like to try and aim that way, especially if they're trying to break into the banks where it leads. That being said, you had it boarded up thereafter, but it does ring familiar, especially now. True, the last time someone had gone missing that you remember, well, was back at your old village or town, and it was a friend, though she was never found again. You remember you heard history of vampire attacks in the area. And with your 11, Sakura, the last time someone had gone missing really was you, about 4 months ago, when you left the group. You decided to set up stakes because was it your gambling, or was it somebody that you fell in love with, or what was the reason why you're here in Silver's Dragon Inn?
Why I'm here now?
Yes.
Recovering after uh hunting someone down, not and not as like a personal revenge thing. It was more like a bounty thing, and she just ended up there, to recover after that whole stressful ordeal of tracking them through mountains and all of that other nonsense.
So you would say you're an excellent tracker.
Fairly so, yes.
While you were tracking them through the mountains, roll survival.
Okay. 1 second. Yeah, where I can never get to my skills to roll. What is going on? Um, Ironic that I didn't take it in survival. One moment. Please hold the line. That is a 13.
With a 13 on your survival, you narrowly track down your quarry, and they were camping near a lake. You found them bathing. Did you strike then or wait till nightfall? It looks like their blade was still only 5 feet away from them.
Oh no, I would have done it right then. Probably would have tried to stealth it.
Roll stealth.
Rolling stealth. Ironic that I didn't take it in stealth either, but that's still pretty good for me. Um, let's not get greedy. Nah, 15.
You sneak up behind Delilah. She is an old assassin with multiple contracts on her head. You knew if you brought her in to Greyhawk that they would relieve you of any of your transgressions in the city, as well as the curiosity shop in general from any of their transgressions. And that's why you left those months ago. Track down the quarry that would save the small shop from being closed because of some red tape within the artisan district. And she turns. What are you doing? You know I spied you a mile back.
For what it's worth, I am sorry for this. And she's going to draw both her katana, or to be more specific, the uji katana and the wakizashi. So a longer sword in one hand and a shorter sword in the other hand. And she's just gonna go for it.
Roll attack.
Not in a very, if it makes any difference, in a very sort of dispassionate way. It's more of like a have to than a want to. Like, it's not personal. In the fact that somebody's trying to murder you, in the least capacity that can be a personal act, of course. 1 second. Um, so I am going to roll for that right now. That is a, pardon me, and attack with a light weapon. Okay, so what did I get? A 24? I think it was a 24. Yeah, 24.
The battle goes on for quite a bit. The clashing of swords and the breaking of trees. Even the lake seemed to dry up by the time you all quit. It was about midday, and you had your blade up to their chest. Thor, you are so strong I had no idea. I will go with you if you choose, or kill me now. The honor is yours if you take it.
So, are they like on the ground, like prostrate, or what's going on?
They're against the tree, your blade is to their chin, and you have them pinned. They have merely just a few hit points left, and this etch of your blade will end their life. They are offering for you to take them into Greyhawk, alive or not. What do you choose?
I think this is what I'm going to do. She is going to help them up, but to sit up, so they're almost like leaning forward in a way, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
And then she's going to say something to the effect of, "Oh, what's that over there?" Very abruptly.
Roll deceit.
Roll the seat. 1 second. This is actually. Why do I never have? Wait. I have it in persuasion. Oh bullshit. 1 second. Why can't I find it? Deception, persuasion, performance, perception. Where is deception?
They changed it to be alphabetical, so it's all up in the D's.
Oh, why would they do that? That's such nonsense.
Yeah, they rearranged it to be alphabetical rather than by ability.
Oh, is that why I couldn't find it? Nat 20,
Nice.
20 not 2023. My luck is gonna run out eventually, and it's gonna be like in the middle of fighting the big bad evil guy. But for right now, it's a nat 2023.
All right, that being said,
On the look over there.
they turn their head and they glance. I don't see
Downward
anything.
stroke. Downward stroke through the neck while they're distracted. It's the most merciful way to do it.
You receive a point of inspiration, and that concludes your flashback. You're suddenly back on the fourth floor there in Silver Dragon Inn, and in the distance, you see a flash of light coming from the fortune teller in front of Chu, as well as you do too, Cricket. Chu, back at the fortune teller, they go into trance and they begin to levitate a bit off the chair, and suddenly they slam back down again and the light show is over. Oh, what were we talking about?
You were reading my fortune.
Oh, that's right. So, whatever's in the past, let it go. It'll bring you good fortune. Be prepared to die soon.
But I don't want to die.
Then, don't do what you're doing.
Oh, okay. I'll just not die.
Yeah. If you want, I can figure it out for another 10 gold.
I think that I have a lot to think on already.
Damn. All right, well, you change your mind. Suddenly, the cards levitate back into the air and round around them to the table into a deck. Chu, Cricket, and Sakura, you are all now together. Tim, are you still hanging out with the Beholder, or did you rendezvous with the rest?
I rendezvous with the rest after I get this information.
All four of you return back at the fourth floor near Sakura's table and pull up chairs to discuss your next steps.
Well, I found out where this woman is, and I managed to get us a contact for our arcane for our job. Also, the people who are going to be working for, they're nobles, and they're a bunch of they'll stab you in the back as soon as they look at you.
Don't I know it?
Oh, good job. I learned that I'm gonna die.
Wait,
Yeah, that's
what?
probably how.
Who's gonna what?
Choo choo, you can't die.
No, you do understand, right, that that's a generalization because, you're all mortals, so you're going to die someday.
Wait. Why did you say you all?
Well, I'm a full-blooded elf, bro. I die and I come back in 200 years.
Oh, right. Elf. I forget.
So, I'll miss you if that's any consolation.
It
Mike?
it actually is.
Oh, that's nice. And I found out the location of this girl that we're looking for.
Yeah. Let's
All
go
right.
find her.
All right.
It,
Yeah. We can even take the cab that we've got waiting for us.
Sakura, we're on a scavenger hunt. We're going to find this lottery item and win a lottery. That's why we're going to the fortune teller.
The one who told you that you are going to die?
No, that was a
no,
different fortune teller.
a
Oh,
different
okay.
fortune teller who will probably still tell me that I'm going to die.
That's well, I'm not sure what to say.
I don't think that one you saw was. Hmm, I know about charlatans, and I'm afraid that one might have been a charlatan, but I'm not sure.
You'll be okay, Cricket. I'll protect you.
I have all the confidence in you.
Mm-hmm.
Cricket's going to down that sour drink.
That's gonna be a treat. Is it like a sour beer?
Like a sour ale with a insect gland that was squeezed into it. It sounds like.
It sounds like it has some kick to it. Enjoy.
Hey, Sakura, are you enjoying your hangover? Do you want to stay drunk or should I just kill you? I can make you sober.
With this headache, I mean, could be worse.
So is it a yes or a no to a lesser restoration?
Uh, that is a yes.
Alright. I'll cast lesser restoration on him, bro. Cure him of the poisons. So now he's sober.
Yeah, that must be really useful at parties.
Oh, it is, bro. It is. I used to work for this bartender, bro. Right at this bar, I was being a bouncer, and he will pay me a bit under the table to cast lesser restoration on people so they drink more.
Infinite money glitch. But anyway, oh my god, I feel so much better. Thank you.
That's okay, brother. So, did you enjoy your holiday?
Well, now that I don't have a hangover, I think I'm gonna enjoy it more. Well, what little of it I'm going to get, because of the missions and things. You know what? I like to keep myself busy. Why not?
All right. Anyway, people, we have to go because this Uber ain't gonna wait forever, and we've got about how long have we been in this bar for? Are we getting close to our 45-minute limit?
High or low?
Or we'll go high.
You die instantly.
You have 5 minutes left to clear the 4th floor and make it out the door.
All right, let's
Let's go.
Yeah.
Each of
I'll
you,
do a
roll
dash, bro. I'll go
survival.
survival.
Scream at him to let him know we're coming.
23. I'll dash, bro. I'll go 23 for survival, but I'll go 70 feet worth of movement for a dash, so I'll run outside.
Cricket got a nat 1, so he probably tripped over something. Or he spilled his sour beer on somebody and they're starting to fight. Bar brawl or something.
Just a moment, I'm checking the numbers. trying to drop a new map at the same time. Apologies. Okay, we'll come back. Cricket, you are correct. As you try to scurry down the stairs, you leap over the side, trying to use your acrobatics, but don't clear the poor cocktail waitress and collide headfirst into a bar. High or low?
Low.
Well, actually, it wasn't a bar. It was just thankfully the waitress itself. And as you collide into her, she goes collapsing onto the table. High or low?
Low.
Ooh, and then she rumbles over to the side and starts battering you with her, well, glass mug. High or low?
Low.
Thankfully, you are not exhausted after that excursion and find the exit with everyone else. Did anyone roll below a 10?
No.
Were we
Oh,
rolling something?
Yeah, survival.
Okay.
To get out of the
I
I
bar.
got
got
a
a
9.
3, bro.
True, high or low?
Low.
As you begin to leave, true fog fills the air, and then you feel as though you might be whisked into the air. Roll me a wisdom save. The rest of you all see the dragons from the banister, including the one above the billboard, breathe soot out of its nose, and Chu almost seems to disappear from view as you
18.
all begin to get back onto your carriage. With your 18, Chu, you succeed and find yourself back at the Silver Dragon Inn. However, your neck feels heavy, and there's something on it. It looks as though it might be a necklace of some kind, and it has the scribblings of a dragon face etched into the pendant on the front.
Can I inspect it?
Roll Arcana.
23.
It is a talisman of some kind of the Silver Dragon Inn. It is legacy and lore that some have this necklace and are given special permissions within the inn. Keep that in mind for future times. You all eventually find your way to the arcane shop, which I'll load here quickly for. You find an assortment of different shelves and vials. It looks like an upscale version of your curiosity shop, and it also has a collection of different herbs and mushrooms. However, you don't see anybody up front.
Transmitting out 120 feet in all directions. Hello? Hello? Patrons have arrived. Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. You hear a collection of clabbering and books falling, and then all of a sudden from the door in the rear appears a gentleman with a long beard, scraggly hair, and some sort of hat. He's wearing glasses and robes of green fashioned checkers from head to toe, and he stares over in your direction as he leans over his desk. Oh, hello, yes, hello, welcome to my shop, hello. I am Percy.
Hello
We are
there,
looking
Percy.
for Madame Percy.
Oh, my wife, yes. You're here for a reading.
Yes, very much.
Oh, yes, she's right over here. He opens up yet another door, and appears a small woman in a chair. It looks as though she's sitting in a throne, and it's made of red velvet. And she also has red fingernails. Hello, darlings. Welcome.
Hello there, Madam Percy. How are you? I'll give her a respectful bow, bro.
Very good, darling. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Um, we're here for a reading and some information that could be worth about 200 gold to you.
Take a seat. And suddenly you see various chairs appear around her table, candle lit with a skull candle in front of you. She's wearing a red dress. It is tight in the bosom, and she has large gray hair that she's pinned back. She is a gnome, and she sits over the table. Place your hands upon the table.
As I'm told.
Is it all of us?
If you're all in the room, unless it's just Tim.
Oh, I'll. Cricket will sit down at the table and put all four of his hands in.
True, what about you?
Puts her hands in.
Sakura?
Puts hands in.
Each of you, roll religion or insight.
I'm going to use my inspiration.
That's become a very popular phrase.
I'm going to add a D8 for my psychic knack.
What did you say the rule was? Religion?
Or insight.
21
Oh,
for
religion.
insight, bro.
18
21
for insight.
15 for insight.
And Cricket got an 18 for insight.
Cricket, I see you rolled religion.
Oh, I used religion? Oh. Then it would be an 18 for religion then. I thought I said.
Oh, I see a 3 on religion with the 1 and then a re-roll. Oh, you when you do inspiration, you have to keep the original skill.
Yeah. Okay, so it'd be religion. It would be religion then.
Excellent.
It's the same modifier, but so 18 on religion.
She places her hand upon the table, and you see a whirl of energy whizzing from her eyes. It seems to entrance only Cricket, and he begins to stare back at her. The rest of you witness this, and you can tell for a moment that the madam's soul has left her body, and suddenly something else has taken over. Her hands, they have seemed to wrinkle and age in front of you as liver spots appear, and then suddenly her fingernails chip and crack from decay. Her husband at the doorway, "Oh my gods," he says, and quickly vanishes from sight. You all have one action before something happens. Cricket, unfortunately, you must roll a wisdom save.
Uh-oh. Do I have any more inspiration that I can use?
Unless
They're
someone
racking
cares
up
to
a
give
lot
it
of
to
them.
you.
I'll give him an inspiration, bro.
Okay, 14.
Cricket, you have one action before something happens.
Uh-oh. Let's see. What would I do? Not much else he can do. He'll just seeing the strange sight before him, he's going to change his carapace color from black to stark white, like he's afraid. So now he's a white.
Oh, to what? To white?
Yeah, he's a white bug instead of a black bug.
Are your hands still on the table?
I would yank them back probably.
Sakura, Chu, Tim, do you do anything as this woman starts to crack and age in front of you, and you hear a growl begin to stir in her stomach?
Mm,
Already in action, bro. Already my spiritual guardians to pop off if this thing is hostile.
Yeah, if any sort of aggro happens, I'm gonna be readying an action too. But she's gonna say, "Madam, are you okay?"
This is just part of the process, bro. I think she tells her fortune from the spirits. You know what I mean?
As you say that, suddenly her husband appears with a basket. What was that, Chu?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to do anything for your action?
Um, no, I'm still kind of taking in what's happening.
The rest of you, with your insight, have realized that some sort of trance has occurred. Those of you who rolled a 10 or higher on your original insight may roll religion for further information. However, suddenly, the woman begins to crack and her bones begin to snap, and suddenly, a demon appears from her body. The wings arch up in front of you, and it begins to hiss in abyssal curses at each of you. Quickly, everyone, roll a wisdom save. Sakura, you may perform your action. Tim, you may also perform your action.
23 for wisdom save, bro.
I'm gonna
Got
do
it.
my wisdom save, and then I'll do my action if that's okay. Or do you want us to roll initiative? Wait, I readied it, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Let me-
For my spiritual guardians, bro, she's go well. Wisdom save of 15.
I got a 20 for wins or a natural 20 plus 7 for 27.
Chu, you receive a point of inspiration.
Does she make her wisdom save versus the DC of the spiritual guardians?
And Sakura, what were you performing for your action? BTW, the demon in front of you in the witch's hut, has failed. And they will take that spiritual damage.
21
Cool.
radiant, bro.
It begins to sizzle on her skin, and her wings begin to crack with holes. What was that, Chu? I'm sorry, I keep thinking Chu is saying something. That being said,
That's okay.
everyone roll initiative unless Sakura wants to perform her action.
I'll since I already readied it, I'll perform it, but I'll roll initiative in the meantime. So she's just going to do a quick draw sword strike. Well, multiple, but you'll see in a second. So I'm gonna make an attack roll for that. Oh my god. Does does a 30 hit?
A 30 does hit.
Okay, good. And then as a bonus action, I'm going to strike with my other short sword, or my other +3 short sword in this case, and it rolled off the screen. 25, does that hit?
25 does hit.
Great, and I have one more. Does a 14 hit?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Pleasant surprise. One moment for damage. So that's 13 damage. Plus another 13 damage. 26 slashing. 36 slashing damage for a series of quick draw, like sword slashes. And then she's going to sheath them once more.
The katanas flurry around her, and they strike for 36 points of piercing damage. The crackling wings smell the room of soot and ash and sulfur. Each of you, roll initiative if you haven't done so already. Tim, what did you get for your initiative roll?
I'm clicking it now, bro.
7.
Let's see. Got a +8. 22.
Cricket,
Cricket got 18.
Sakura,
A whopping 9.
it has been noted. Tim, you're at top of rounds as the demon outstretches its hands. Its fangs grow in its mouth, and you see almost like a shadow in front of you. Some sort of demon. It wisps out of apparition and form. However, it can be struck, apparently. Sakura has proven that.
Tell people don't kill her because we have to take it to the temple so she won't get. So, you know, we can do an exorcism. And I will do. Let's see. Yeah, I'll do Toll It Dead on her, bro. She's going to make a wisdom save.
Tim, high or low?
Hi.
With your excellent doctorate abilities, you're able to tell one thing for sure. Well, roll me medicine.
Alright, here we go. Where is it? 24.
With your medicine check, you're able to determine that Madame Pierce, for whatever she was worth, is now dead. Her body has been cracked to pieces and is lying on the floor in front of you, and she stands a demon now, with wings outstretched. You deal double damage.
Sure. So let's see. Toll the Dead. That's a 2D fucking 12 bar. Yes. Demon takes 21 necrotic. So that'll be 42 doubled.
42 points of damage is struck upon them as spiritual energy enters their chest and burns away at their hollowed bones. Cricket, you're up.
Going to whip out with one of the arms. His looks like blue glass blade. It's a psychic blade. And you'll stab it. Or let's see, 16 to hit.
16 hits the beast.
For 24, well, it's 5 psychic damage and 19 psychic damage from sneak attack. Since it's within 5 feet of, it is within 5 feet of an ally, right?
Correct.
It only showed the 5. Let me show the sneak attack. For some reason, it didn't show the sneak attack. So let me roll sneak.
How much in total?
Let me see. Sneak attack here. There's 5d6. So 21 in total.
Damn. She falls to the table, dead, the demon sizzling with howling energy, both necrotic and radiant.
Psychic for mine.
and psychic. You see swirls of purple hues as the shadow begins to descend. And then you see only its bones on the table and the outstretched wings. But then it begins to crackle. It almost begins to laugh. The wings come to life again and strike out at Tim. What is your AC?
Bro, it's got to make a wisdom save because it's still in my aura. It started its turn.
Your spiritual guardians stand in front of you. The wings are unable to penetrate. True, what is your AC?
As she takes.
My AC is 18.
She takes 15 radiant damage from the spiritual guardians. Half does she succeed on her DC?
A second set of wings stretch out upon Chu and only slam against the wall behind them. Tim, the wings slam on the ground and they begin to chip your spiritual guardians, whacking at them as best they can with their spiritual abilities. And we move on. Chu, you're up.
Do we know if the demon or if this is undead?
You may roll Arcana, Religion, or History. However, it will take your action to do so. The decisions are yours, and yours alone. The grand character sheet of any character. Welcome to Dungeons and Dragons. You see
Okay,
her chest begin to pop as she begins to howl now into the air, and you hear the rattling of the potions in the other room. It becomes so loud it begins to echo, and you hear a piercing howl like a siren. It almost is familiar. Chu, you're up.
I think I can try doing firebolt.
As you ready your firebolt, it turns in your direction and its eyes seem to glow a white, eerie gray. Roll a wisdom save.
Dirty 20.
Thankfully, you only take no damage. Oh, good. Excellent. All right, Witch's Bolt time.
Okay. Sorry, I've never actually done spells before. How do I do this?
So it's usually going to be a to hit unless it says that they have to cast it, or the target has to make a DC, like a difficulty check. So you should be able to tap on Witch's Bolt from D&D Beyond, and it's going to do one of two things. It's either going to bring up the spell or it's going to roll for you and then make that.
Okay, you hurl a bolt of fire at a creature within range. Make a spell attack against the target.
Fabulous. So it's going to be 1d20 plus your proficiency and whatever your ability modifier is for your class.
Okay, so just the d20, and then I add stuff to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 6. Can I got a 6, but I have this thing where I can sorry, 1 second. You can add a d4 to one attack ability check or no, I'll use the inspiration to re-roll that.
And no reason to apologize. We're all getting used to our characters this time.
Yeah. Okay, 14. My proficiency bonus is 4. And what else do I add to it?
Well, regardless of whatever... Oh, what is it?
Your charisma.
Yes.
It's your sorcerer.
Okay, +2.
That being said, As you wheel your witch's bolt at its head in retaliation, roll damage.
Okay. Target takes 1d10 fire damage. If it's
Be 2D
flammable, it starts burning.
It'd be 2d10 at this level.
Okay. Yeah, 2d10.
Cricket, you receive 1 point of inspiration for helping your partner.
Eight and 5, 13.
The bolt cracks the side of their skull and it clatters to the floor where her remains are. And we move on to top of rounds. I lied. Sakura, you're up.
Alrighty. So can't exactly. No, she wouldn't have the spear, right? That doesn't make sense. Okay, so I'm gonna do a bunch more attack rolls. Hooray! She is going to be quick drawing and slashing again. That's basically that's her thing. That's what she's good at, and she's sticking to it. Damn it. Um. So this is going to be a lot. This is 27 hit.
A 27 does hit.
Great. The next one, 19.
Hit.
To explain what I'm doing, I have the dual wield fighting style. So because I have two short swords, I'm taking an extra attack as my bonus action. And I am going to use, what the hell is it called? Not second wind. I'm going to use action surge, so I'm going to take 2 more attacks. Look at that, a nat 20.
A whirl of blades swing around to the side of Tim and his spiritual guardians. Cricket tries to leave the trance as he hears the siren ring, and it almost makes him want to do a wisdom save on his next turn. And Chu is dodging wings and battling the bitch and knocking her head and teeth in. High or low, Sakura?
Hi. 1 second.
You stab into their chest and crack their bones. High or low?
Low. 1 moment for damage also.
You roll on your last attack with the nat 20 times 3 or 3 times.
Is 3 times damage?
Correct.
My god. So it's just 3 times the dice or 3 times the plus as well?
I like to leave that up to the player, so you can times the 3 or roll 3 times.
I'll just multiply the 3. Okay, that's a lot of math. I rolled 4, hold on. I'm sorry, I'm bad at math. So I rolled 4 attacks and they all hit. So 1 counts for 3. So that means that functionally I hit 6 attacks, which means that it is 6d6. I have to roll that again because I didn't see what the result was. All right, so that's 19. And then so that is a total of 67 slashing damage in a flurry of sword slashes and nonsense. Then she wipes the blood on her sleeve and sheaths again.
The blood is some black ichor or goo. It's almost transparently green. And then the shopkeeper, Percy, enters the room and begins examining Cricket. Tim, what are you doing on your turn?
Oh, how's the thing looking, by the way?
As you stabbed into its chest, it cracked it a bit, and all that's left is half a chest and no head. The wings are half chipped. It looks nearly depleted.
Yeesh.
Cricket, you hear the shopkeeper look at you for a moment. No, it's not you. Who is it? Who is it? He seems to be having some sort of crate in his hand, and there is a tiara. Who is it? Oh, gods. Oh, gods.
Can I roll insight to figure out what he's trying to do?
As your action, Tim, what are you doing? I think you may be muted, but it looks as though you're swinging your mace, and you rolled a 10. You may use inspiration. Or swing again.
Yeah, I'll do that, bro. I've got about 10 of them. Might as well use them. Alright, give me a second while I minus one off. Seven. And here we go. Kapow! 14.
You successfully hit the beast.
Oh. What was that?
The crumbling demon. What's that?
There'll be 8 damage, bro, plus 2 radiant from my divine strike.
The crackling beast falls to the floor and then tries to crawl back up on the table as you knocked out one of its legs. It seems only brittle bones that are left. Do you have any other attacks?
Well, none of my people are hurt, bro, so no. I don't need to use the healing. Should I? Yeah, why not? I'll cast Spiritual Weapon as a bonus action. 19 to hit.
19 hits from the back of the bitch, and she howls in pain, though you're not sure where, as she has no vocal cords. It seems like some demonic spirit is just behind you.
4 force damage.
Cricket, roll a wisdom save.
Yeah. 13?
Unlucky for some, but not for you. You succeed in the wisdom save through and through. The siren has depleted and is no longer in anyone's periphery or echo. However, the beast still tries to claw at you, and whatever sight it might have, it seems as though you're in it. What do you do next, Cricket?
Stab. I'm going to stab twice. Once with my main action and once with my bonus action. 26 to hit. Or
Solid.
seven psychic and sneak attack. 18 more for the sneak attack.
You chop off a shoulder.
And then bonus action, I hit with another blade.
As the psychic energy hits the table of your blade, it bounces the shoulder up into the air with the arm and hand intact.
16 to hit, or another 5 psychic damage. And then I'd like to back up away from it if I can.
You may provoke an attack of opportunity if you do that.
I'll stay there.
Her good hand stretches out to Joe Cricket and swipes at your chest. What is your AC?
AC is 19.
She hits you for 14 points of slashing damage and 14 points of psychic.
Okay.
True. The wing spreads out again for one final attempt. It strikes at you. And you are taking only 6 points of slashing damage.
Okay. What a jerk.
And 7 points of psychic. It seems to just scratch upon your chest.
This demon, bro, she started to turn my aura, so she's gonna roll another wisdom save or get hurt.
You hear an abyssal, Damit. Oh, but she succeeded.
Alright, so she gets half damage.
Damit.
16 half is 8.
More bones crackle and turn to cinder and ash. Chew, you're up.
Okay. I would like to do a sorceress burst. So that's the same thing. Roll a d20 plus proficiency bonus in charisma.
Let's go with it. I'll look it up.
Okay, it's make a ranged spell attack.
Oh, yep. Sorcery burst, exact same.
Okay. So that's 18 plus 6, 24.
You hit. Roll damage. The sorcery ball appears in your hand, and then above your head, you slam it down upon her, and it sizzles whatever bones she has left.
Um, okay. You cast. And then one more d8 for being above level 5. Leave this one. Okay. So 17, and that is acid damage.
Unholy shite. Okay, well, 17 points of acid damage. Fabulous. I'm sure she's not enjoying that. She crackles into merely marrow almost at this point, and it looks as though it's swirling around on the table. Sakura, you're up. That being said, the shopkeeper begins to look at Chu. You're not it either. Which one of you
No,
started
I
this?
was talking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please continue, but I'll say what I was gonna do after.
The shopkeeper starts looking at all of you. Which one? Which one of you did this? Sakura, you're up.
All right, so more of the she left her spirit home, so she's basically going to be very slicey today. Yes, attack rolls that need to be made. 14
Hits.
radio and a 22.
You slam your sword upon her. It hits the table and slices whatever's left in two. And you see a spine rear up into the air. And it begins to chime. You hear almost delicate arcane music. Do you strike out Sakura or do you stop?
Um once the pain train is started, you can't really stop it. So I'm definitely going for it. Does another 22 hit?
22
I
does
think.
hit.
All right, unless you have like a spell. What the hell is it? Shield the bane of the existence of marshals. But anyway, let me not give you ideas. Let me do it this 3d6. So that is a total of, I can't do math. I apologize.
17.
38
Even
points of
better. You slice
38 points of slashing. Yep.
You slash and slice at the remains of her floating above the table in midair, glowing some hue of purple and pink, and as you do it explodes into a dusty mist. Each of you roll a dex save as bits and bones and particles of arcane knowledge are hitting you.
Oh, so she turned herself into a bomb. That's nice.
Ba-bum.
That's nice, dear.
19.
20.
23.
Talk about explosive anger. I'm sorry, what was this? It was a save?
Dex save, yeah.
Dex save. Uno momento. Por favor. Excuse my terrible Spanish. 11.
If you roll 13 or lower, you are taking 27 points of damage. The rest of you, 13.
Yeah.
Uh, I have a feature that lets me take no damage
Excellent.
if I save as a rogue. On dex saves, that is.
You are out of initiative.
What
Sir Percy,
that?
none of us did it.
Bro. No, hang on. What we're going to have to do, bro, right, is gather that body of the dead woman, gather those ashes, and take him to the temple for interrogation, bro. We might have a demonic incursion on hand. We need to go to the temple and inform the authorities, bro. This is bad.
Oh, this is
There could be more
beyond
than.
bad.
Yeah.
We need to
So,
go now.
Percy
Right
was
now.
doing something with a tiara.
right. So what we're going to do, bro, is that we're going to arrest the little old man, take his tiara, gather up the ashes, and take the body, and go to the temple. Is there like a local temple around here?
Well, there was that temple in the south that Mrs. Frizzleton did mention.
All right.
Mr. Percy, did you? Has this ever happened before? You seem to be looking for something.
As you look over at Perse, he is down on the floor, dead. Shards of psychic energy still piercing him as he smokes.
I'll just spare the dying on him, bro.
His wounds heal a bit and he comes to life. His eyes open and he looks over at all of you. Which one of you is it? Which one of you is cursed? He points his finger at each of you. He stares at you, Sakura.
Oh no, bro. Spare the dying on him brings him to 0. He's unconscious. He's only at 0.
Oh, JK. He falls back to the floor, unconscious.
Good, we don't have to listen to him whine now.
All right.
Oh,
Let's gather up all this stuff. Choo Choo, would you mind going outside and waving down a cab for us? Because I don't think anybody will stop if they see us with all this handful of people.
Okay.
I'll instruct the other two, bro, to gather up the dead woman, sweep up some of the ashes of the demon, and I'll go rob the till.
You'll do what?
I'm gonna take the money out of the till. This thing
No,
ain't
no, no, no,
free.
no, 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 no. We are not
What?
bandits.
Bro, this here is expenses. And if we're gonna close up the shop, I wanna make sure if somebody comes in, this man still has some money left. You know?
No, leave it. Here, you can have some of my gold. Just don't. Just don't.
Yeah, I'm not keeping it. I'm just securing it for him. So, you know, because
Yes, I've heard that one in the sequel. Just don't. Just come on. We can get gold somewhere else. Just don't.
I can lock the door for him. I'm very good at
Yes,
picking locks
yes.
and setting locks.
Yes, that would be very helpful, Cricket. Thank you.
While you all discuss, I'll be right
fair
back.
enough. Fair enough. But it's free money. And we earned it by getting hurt. This is compensation.
It's not free. It costs you your dignity.
Do I have dignity to begin with?
Just don't. I can't really stop you, but I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah, but you wouldn't say no when it feeds you and puts a roof over your head.
Sometimes people just never change. Whatever you decide, I'll be waiting outside.
Okay.
Oh, yes, help me find a cab.
Is this an evil act or is it simply getting compensation?
It's an immoral act. I think evil is a very strong word. It's immoral. It's not, irredeemably evil, but it's definitely immoral.
But it does fit in with chaotic good, though, doesn't it? Because,
Yeah.
like, I'm looking out for us.
I mean, yeah, it's more like they do what they feel like is the right thing to do. So if this is your sense of righteousness without regard for rules and things like that, that would be very on brand.
I suppose so, eh? Since we're in a hurry, bro, I don't have time to fleece the shop as I normally would. I mean, like, you know, free stuff.
I just always turn my head and let you do what you will.
Yeah, I'm looking out for us in the long term.
Half the people who buy from us at our shop probably have had money come from less good places. But that's just what this place is like.
And what have you all decided?
Well, to be fair, bro, since we're in a hurry, I don't exactly have time to raid the place or raid the till. So, we're in a hurry. So I'll leave it.
Cricket's gonna pick up the. He's a halfling, Mr. Percy.
Cool.
So I'll pick him up and
I'll,
carry him
I'll pick
out.
up the dead woman and make Cora can sweep up the ashes.
And he had a tiara, right, of some sort that he was trying to figure out.
Within
Who
the
had the
crate next
curse?
to him, there is a tiara. It seems to be made of silver and diamonds.
Did
Oh, it's
he?
so pretty.
It's very
Yeah,
shiny.
yeah, we should take that, bro, because that looks significant. But don't touch it. Put it in like in a bag or a box or something.
Very
I'm thinking that
shiny.
there's what possessed the old woman.
She never got to read our fortunes, did she?
Oh, I don't know what happened to her. It looked like she got possessed.
I felt like I was about to be possessed.
I think, bro, since the quality of this tiara, that this here was the prize, but it was a cursed item, you know? I think that she put it on, oh, look at me, got possessed, and yeah. I think this is the lottery prize, bro, because like of the quality and everything else of it. Yeah, do you think that?
I
Did
don't
she
know.
have like a deck of cards at the table? Or was there a table?
You may roll investigation, Chu. And Tim, roll medicine again. Sakura, Tim hands you a broom. Do you sweep up?
Why not?
Roll
It
performance.
seems like a good thing to do.
3.
You said roll
Okay,
what?
Performance.
I
Performance
got
coming
a
right now.
15 investigation.
You find not a deck of cards, but a sensible assessment of runes. 12 in total, each with different shapes and arcane sigils. Well, looks like transmutation, abjuration, charm spell, death, life. Basic, but can be used to conjure the dead and or read your fortune. Care to give them a roll?
Yes.
Roll religion.
23.
As you roll the runes on the table next to the ashy dead carcass bones, or do you aim for the floor?
My point in doing this is that I want to see if there's like any indication that the tiara is the prize. So if anything, I would kind of roll it near the tiara.
As you pick up the runes and roll them on the floor near the tiara in the crate, you see the good Dr. Tim picking up the remains of whatever is of this gnome woman who's dead. Are you going to try and revivify that? I don't think it mends that big a mess, Tim.
I'll do a revivify on it, bro. She's only recently dead, so it should work out.
Roll me religion then. And Sakura, what did you get for your performance? You might be muted, darling. We'll come back to you. Tim, I'm sorry. What did you get?
Let's see. You wanted religion?
Yep.
All right, here we go, bro. So, 2 for guidance. Natural 20, bro.
With magic hands, suddenly you see him almost delicately and with grand wisdom take the divine energy from the air and spin it around, stitching the pieces of this Madame Perse back together, one by one. Her limbs mend, high or low.
You go for high.
Her eyes open, and she stands in front of you, newly assembled and revived.
Good morning there, love. How are you?
My gods. Her nails still red. She looks over at Sakura, sweeping. I appreciate that. And back at Chu. Are you all right, darling? You look like you've been scratched.
Just a little.
She then peers over to Cricket slowly, matching their eyes. Are you the one that was in trance?
I was. It turned me white. I'm white. So white.
I
Oh.
have a vial for that, darling.
Oh, I can change back. Then he changes back to black. But you died. You turned into a demon and you died. Oh, your husband. He's knocked out. He took a lot of damage, but he's stabilized. He had something like a tiara in a crate. He's asking who was cursed. He was trying to figure out which one of us was cursed. Did we have something to do with your transformation?
I believe you are. Crosses past True and over to her unconscious husband who is in your arms and looks at the tiara. My darling, bow your head. And as you do, she may place it on you if you choose, Cricket.
He will bow his head and then try to pull his antennae close together so that she can fit it over.
As the tiara hits your crown, it vanishes and falls down in a glittering display. May it protect you, and whoever else you may talk to. Now leave, and don't ever come back to my shop. My husband will be fine. We've dealt with these things before.
Oh no, Lovey. You know, we're going to the temple. We're going to inform the authorities about this.
What was the demon all about?
Yeah. Are you a Maleficarum?
Cricket lays the body of her husband gently on the table, I guess, or whatever is comfortable. If there's like a cot somewhere.
She takes her robe and mends it around her hand and places it under his head. Madame Persay walks out into the shop. Come, follow me. And Cricket and
Wait,
Tim.
I was looking at the runes.
Oh, True, darling. Just a moment. Cricket and Tim, roll persuasion, please.
Persuasion. Uh, 16 persuasion. I'll actually add a D8 for my thigh bolstered neck to add to it. So 16 plus 7, which is what? I can't do math.
As she crosses by you, True, she stares at you in the runes. She bends over towards your face. What are you studying, darling?
I threw the runes towards the tiara because I was trying to learn more about it. Is this the prize?
The prize? She laughs for a moment. Do you mean that secret lottery prize?
Yes, that one. What do you know of it?
Come, I will show you only.
I go with.
Tim and Cricket. Cricket. She lays a book in front of you. Its pages are old and grayed and worn. Look at it yourself, darling. You'll see. Ask for it to show you Tiara. And she walks over to the side with you, True, and you see an assortment of crystal balls, and one is missing.
Is it a crystal ball that is the prize and we need to find it?
Yes. It seems you need more help than I realize. The Chancellor of Entertainment has put it in a old bakery. And I believe the bakery is somewhere in this district. It should be south of here. Yes, you'll see a small pond or lake where the hobbits like to go. The halflings, I mean. And when you find them, tell them Madame Persay sent you. They'll immediately show you the orb.
Thank you so much.
Of course. I'm doing this in hopes that you and your friends can get through this together. Cricket and Tim, in front of you is a book. It has pages written in Abyssal as well as Fey, and some of them deep speech from space.
Cricket doesn't know any of those.
I speak Abyssal, bro.
Well, you
I
can read it
speak
then.
Abyssal too.
Is this a book of evil? Evil.
It depends on your views. You notice that the pages written in Abyssal are all about the different gods and goddesses of the realm. They vary, of course, from nature to conflict to war to peace. And I will send you a link here shortly of all of their names.
Bro, this here has to go to the temple along with that fucking demonic hash, eh? This
Earlier,
place needs to be.
go ahead.
Eh? I was saying, bro, like, this place needs to be investigated by the authorities. This is bad.
Earlier, I made a roll and I learned something about Istus. I can't remember what roll I did to learn that information about Istus, the weaver of our fate.
I believe you were doing some sort of investigation in the paper when you all were connecting the dots. The Chancellor of Entertainment had created a code in the article.
Oh, the code. Okay, Istus. Is there anything in that book that mentions Istus, weaver of our fate? That was in the code on the paper.
Yeah. I'll scan the book's index, bro, see what reference page I can come to.
Also, I'll go out or I'll go to Sakura. Sakura, what languages can you speak? Do you understand Abyssal or any of those? Can you read the book too?
I think Sakura may have stepped away. They will be back, they said.
Oh, okay.
And I'm still working on these gods and goddesses. I'm going to send you the list probably as a picture and post it in the Discord. I tried to link
Okay.
it, but unfortunately it's not working. Now, as far as Chu, what are you doing, darling?
Are we ready to head out?
You may take the book with you. You'll need it more than me. Roll investigation, Tim, on the book.
Okay, then. Let's see. Guidance.
I have proficiency
Investigation.
to give you the help action, but I don't think that would apply since I can't even read it. So
So yeah, I got a 12, bro.
With your 12, you're able to indicate that there is no actual index. It looks like various chapters written by various individuals on various things. You'd have to thumb through the pages with a valid history or investigation by knowing all three languages.
I only know one of them. But somebody
Your
in the church
DC
would
will
know,
be much
bro.
higher.
I
No,
do have
I'll
a
say it for the church investigators, bro. They can find out.
What were you saying, Chu?
I was gonna say that I do believe I have a potion that lets me speak other languages, but that wouldn't give me two languages.
You could work together and maybe pull something with the languages.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I can read Abyssal.
I can read Abyssal too, but let's see. Oh no, that's spoken languages that you've heard.
Well, that's easy, bro. We can. Oof.
Wait, when you drink
Can
this
we
potion, you
like?
gain the effect of comprehend languages for 1 hour.
Yeah, no, we'll save it for the church investigators, bro.
Okay.
They'll have scholars there that can work things out. So, did you find out where this prize was? Was the tiara the prize?
Yes.
Oh,
It was not. It is a
oh.
crystal orb in a bakery in the south, past where there's a lake and hobbits. No, wait. Halflings are around it. And that if we find the halflings, we can ask them to help us find the bakery.
That is so cool. Let's get to it before somebody else finds it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm working on the third picture right now for you guys on the guide. Give me just a few moments, I'm sorry.
It looks like comprehend languages would allow you to read it. It takes 1 minute to read 1 page of text, but you can read any language. You just have to be touching the page.
Another point of inspiration for helping your partner. Would you care to do that, darling?
We
This
can
is
always
so
save it
that
for
we can
later.
learn about the tiara.
No, this is the book. Oh, is it the book explaining the tiara? Maybe that's what it was. Yeah.
It's a book that explains many things, but specifically, Madame Persay give it to you to help out with whatever condition you may have.
Oh.
Yeah, no, we should save it there for later because we've got more pressing concerns and we can't spend time reading a book.
Okay. Yeah, I think that we can read a little bit later. Maybe some bedtime reading.
Yeah.
Okay.
You go out to the Pauper's Master or Carriage Master out front of the small arcane shop that you found near Silver Dragon Inn. And he stares at you, smoking on his twig. You find what you need in there, guys?
Um,
Now where are we going? To the temple?
To the bakery. The temple can wait for a little while.
Oh, bakery. We
yes,
found
let's go to the
part of what we need. We're off to the bakery now. If you can take us.
Yeah. Which bakery?
Oh, halflings.
Oh, yeah. The Den. Of course. Yeah. Off Ash Street. Get on. You know your tab's going up, he says to Dr. Tim. What's that?
Oh, I get on.
Yeah, I'll get on too, bro.
As you go popping down the avenue, all of you roll me a dex save.
Oh, bumpy ride.
Oh no, I've got a 10.
19.
15.
Thankfully, it's just a 10 DC when you're taking this carriage. he suddenly drops you off in front of a bakery. It's within the den, and you see large mounds where different individuals live, especially halflings and fae and some gnomes. They stare at you for a moment and look around a bit at themselves. They're having their own festival of the Grove Fest, and they have small carts and tents laid out.
I go up to the closest one that I can see. Hello.
You walk up to what seems to be the bakery, and there's a small cart out front. A woman in a red dress turns to you. She smiles. She has a very large hat.
I love your hat.
Oh, thank you, darling. You came for my baked goods, then?
Yes, of course. I hear they're the best around. But also, I came to say that Madame Percy sent me.
Her mouth drops open, and she goes, "Oh, she did she? That's peculiar. Very strange indeed." She turns around into her bread baskets and begins to fiddle through. She takes out a croissant and chews on it, and hands you a new loaf still warm. It'll be 5 gold pieces.
Could I possibly get a croissant as well?
I'll throw it in. We'll make it 6. And I'll even give you one of the chocolate ones.
Oh, yes. Okay, I'll give her 8 gold.
So what part of town are you all from?
We run a curiosities shop.
Oh, very peculiar. She packs up your breads and croissants inside of a small bag and hands them to you and takes the gold. Well, you enjoy your evening.
Thank you so much. This smells delicious.
Roll me an athletics check.
Let's see. Okay, I'm going to do the built for success to add a d4 to it. Okay, so 12.
We're going to go just a few minutes and wrap up this scene. Will be done at 5 past the hour. That being said, you notice the heftiness of your bag seems different than just normal bread. It seems heavy, like there might be a weight or something inside of it.
That's what I was expecting. I'm gonna take the chocolate croissant and start munching on it.
And as
But
you
not
do,
the warm bread.
it is the most delicious thing you've ever had through and through. The warm bread is brittle and almost seems like it didn't rise enough.
Bro, can I get a couple of... Can I please get like a bag of a dozen donuts, bro, so I can give to our driver?
Oh, of course, darling. That'll be 5 gold also for a bag of donuts. It's 12 in total. There's sugar and they got little cream inside.
Sweet. I'll give it 12, bro.
She hands you another bag and exchanges the gold. And they are donuts through and through, each of them sugared and each of them dough.
I'll go outside, bro, and give them to our driver. Go, there you go, buddy. That's just for you.
I'll be. Thank you.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh. All right,
how
guys,
much is the
I think-
how much is the bill so far, pal? So I can pay you up front.
By my calculations, as we stand, 275.
Alright, I'll give him 275. Alright, did you find out? I'll talk to Choo Choo. Did you find out where to next?
I can I reach into the bag of bread and try to feel inside the bread.
Roll me history or bakery.
Mm. 12.
Well, the most strangest thing, as you peer up and try to poke at the bread, or at least feel around, it almost falls apart in your hands. And there, lumping onto the carriage floor as you all get in, is that orb or sphere that Madame Persay spoke to you about. It looks like a rose quartz.
Oh, I was trying to stick my hand in the bag so it wouldn't fall if it
Ooh,
went
J.K.
out.
Rowling's. Well, the bag has a hole in it, and then the bread falls out, and then that happens.
Okay. I think we're ready to go home, guys.
We won the. We won
Where's
the
the
lottery.
prize?
The scroll or the scribe, or yeah, the scribe orb seems to be the prize.
Now that it's
What's the
out
prize?
and open, can I inspect it
Do you pick it
or
up?
investigate it? Yeah.
As you pick it up and put it into the palm of your hand, it seems no bigger than that. However, suddenly it cracks, and as it does, black liquid floods your hand, and you all hear a piercing siren through the carriage. It pierces so much, and it seems so familiar, yet so absent. Everyone roll a wisdom save.
21.
19.
17.
You're not sure why, but suddenly you feel as though you almost fell unconscious. But the orb, my darlings, is intact and still in your hand. How strange, you all had a vision of it cracking and turning into black liquid, and it almost seemed like it filled the carriage and drowned you all, but it didn't. Was it an illusion or something else? Perhaps the orb itself is cursed.
It must not be an illusion because I can see through illusions. But maybe it was a foretelling of the future. Maybe it will turn into a black tide.
Right.
And with
What?
That
that,
was
This here,
fun.
what was that?
this here can't be the lottery prize. It's another clue. What's inside this? Is it like a snow globe or just a crystal ball?
Maybe the real prize is the friendships we made along the way.
It's not the destination, it's the adventure. That being said, we conclude our session for this evening as you all are still in Greyhawk, surprisingly.
Cool.
Okay.
That was a fun session.